Monday.
What was that, Justin?
Can you hear me?
It did the thing again.
Did the thing again. I said, hello, everybody. Happy Fun Day.
Happy Fun Day.
Oh, Johnny, you're muted.
The funnest of days to you as well.
Is this Skyrim music?
I don't think so.
Sounds like a song from Skyrim.
It's kind of giving us Skyrim music.
Things we say as soon as we go live. It's just like,
Do we see this?
are we supposed to be using this music?
Is this legal?
That's illegal.
I dare you, Bethesda. Come.
Don't dare them.
Bethesda is Microsoft now.
What are you, crazy?
Come on, Bill Gates. I'm right here.
So Microsoft apparently made a new state of matter.
I
This,
saw.
Yeah.
That's
Wild.
crazy. That's crazy.
and they still haven't fixed their basic software, but at least we know where they're putting their attention.
They never said that they would make software that works. Come on.
That's true. That was not a promise. But you know what was promised? Physics breakthroughs.
Yeah. For those
Apparently.
that don't know, it's actually huge news. Microsoft built a quantum computing. Like that's wild. We've been trying to do that for years.
No, actually, we quantum computing.
That opens the door to effective quantum computing.
Yeah.
We've done it. It's just not very good.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. I was trying to explain it all to my wife last night, and at a certain point in the conversation, I was like, "Never mind."
I'm sorry to hear that.
I gotta look it up.
Yeah, they made a topological conductor for
the
chip.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really cool.
Whatever that means. Takes a long time to figure it out and explain it concisely, I'm sure.
Well, it goes on your skin, right? Topological.
No, topological. It's like a topological map.
Yeah.
But
Topological is you think logically like a top.
No.
Yeah.
Opposed
You
to a
put it
bottom.
on top of your logic,
I understand.
and
We
voila,
all know
new state of
bottoms are
matter.
illogical.
I understand.
Oh, I mean, why else would you be a bottom?
Those bottoms, they were stopping the quantum computing.
Yeah, the bottomological, that was an enemy right there.
Yeah.
That was.
It was the bottoms the whole time.
It was the
It's like
bottom.
we're world building right now. We've got a good premise going. I think we should run with this.
Let's save this for Pride Month. Let's
One shot. Pride month, one shot.
Bottoms. God damn it.
Don't forget the switches.
Oh, I'm still enjoying this.
Yeah.
I was. We'll talk about that later.
Justin has had a soft reboot.
I just had to stop. I was like, oh, I'm in charge. As I said, welcome. This is episode 2 and 3 of Heroes by Hearthlight, Dustfire Media's Heroes by Hearthlight campaign. We just started, so if you're watching this, don't go anywhere. Keep watching because you haven't missed really a whole lot. Yeah, we had a little heist last episode, but I guess I should turn it over to Johnny.
I'm not ready.
Oh, okay. All right. There's a heist. Jared hurt himself a little bit, mentally. Lyrian and Pellis are studying things. Cass has a little pixie friend. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm
Johnny?
ready. I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. Yeah, so last we left off, you guys performed a heist on behalf of the Ashen Eye, their leader, the crime lord of Hilltop, Vesper Shadowclaw, and she had you go and invade a gentleman named blanking on the name now. I wrote it down and now I lost my notes. But she had you invade a guy's house to get his will so that she could take over the house. Essentially, she wanted to be the inheritor of this estate rather than the gentleman who you were robbing. and you guys were successful. You had your first job and your first success, and you got some cool loot and stuff out of it. And now we are doing some downtime activities. You guys have already indulged your vice. You've taken care of all of the different party actions that need to be done. We are deep in the hero phase of downtime. And as we go into it, I also want to remind you guys that you have one ire with House Marathiel, the faction that controls the Silver Ward.
Okay.
Ernas Hamworld. Thank you, Danny.
Yes, I was about to say that too.
Yes, Ernas Hamworld. You robbed him.
Like
And so you may have created
5
another enemy in him, but who knows? We'll find out. And so we are jumping back into downtime. I have rolled the faction roll off air, and there is no substantive change. All of the factions are still exactly where you left them, as you left them. Most of them you haven't even met yet. So that's a good thing that they have not advanced their own goals beyond your notice. So let's just jump into it, guys. Let's keep going with downtime. Actually, before we keep going with downtime, one more thing. When you guys robbed the Hammerall estate, Justin, you as Cass took some items from the safe beyond the will. You got some extra stuff. One of the things that you got was a list of books that can be found in the city library. Do you want to know what those books are? I've got some titles for you.
I do. I will write them down.
Yeah. All right. So the first book, the title is So You Accidentally Summoned a Demigod, a practical guide to damage control.
That is a delightful name.
Immediately fantastic.
Yeah. The second title, The Complete and Utterly Accurate History of Goblins According to Grug.
I trust him so much. I trust him. His name's Grug.
Yep. It's right there.
The next is The Whispering Cartography of the Shifting Sands. And this is
That actually sounds interesting.
And then finally, The Chronicle of Broken Oaths and Shadowed Crowns, a brief history of conflict between the Forest of Larendale and the Grassland Kingdoms.
Have you sent those full titles to Justin, or is he typing those furiously right now?
I'm typing them furiously.
Those are some long titles.
The guy's
you know?
with the headphones on.
I can send you the titles too.
I think I got pretty close.
I would love if you could drop those in the chat.
Yeah,
I would love that. I would love that because I will just copy and paste those into my notes like a normal person.
Hey, Steve.
Hi.
I
Hi.
appreciate it. I love you.
I appreciate you, even when you don't appreciate the terrible things I do.
You're just being smart. You're just being smart.
But in a mean
Finding
way.
solutions.
Isn't that what friends are, though? You know?
A lot of the time, yes. And I
Well,
enjoy it. I enjoy it. I know that there are limits to it,
Just-
though, so I also want to be
you-
mindful.
You poke at your friends.
Yeah, I just don't want to.
You just
Don't
hope
want
they
to
don't
poke you
crack.
so often that you forget that there are other dimensions of our friendship.
It's fine. I've been poked.
Poking the bear.
Many times.
In the bear.
You okay, Danny?
Danny's having a great time.
I'm just responding to Justin saying he's been poked.
Yeah, that was rife with opportunity right there.
It
But
was.
we'll move on.
Yeah, so now we can get back into the thick of downtime.
Into the thick of it. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Just came right out of it.
Yeah. Just going right back to TikTok in 2022. Let's do it. All right. No,
Hell yeah.
so
Yeah.
downtime, guys. You guys can do any number of things still. You can acquire assets. You can recover if you need to. You can do some training. You can do work on simple projects or long-term projects. You can reduce ire. You only have one ire, so I don't know if that's worth using a downtime activity on today, but it's up to you.
Okay. It's also like, to what extent is this aspect also just narratively informed and driven? Like if our party is the sort where we're like, as soon as we are aware there could be an issue, we try to manage our reputation. That would make sense to me to like address the one ire, regardless of metagame. But any thoughts on that, GM?
I mean, that's up to you guys. I think it like I could see an argument either way. And I think that would probably be a discussion worth having in character amongst yourselves. I think that there's at least two of you who wouldn't really care about how much ire you've gained, and there's at least two of you who might really care.
Yeah, I think Palace will actually reduce ire. So there's that.
Yeah. So, what does your character do to reduce the ire level for the party? And then you'll make an action roll once we know what you're doing.
I think he just goes to the Silver Ward and like, I don't know that there's any like proof that we did anything like that, but I think he would like just kind of walk through like the town and offer like any sort of like religious rites or services. He would like, do blessings or just kind of like, it's like simultaneously like, him doing his job as a priest, but in the Silver Ward, but also like for free and just trying to like help out wherever he can.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to like, I don't know, encourage people to.
Yeah. So I think are you going back to
in a positive light, I suppose.
Yeah. Are you going back to sort of like the scene of the crime, or are you just in the ward in general?
Just kind of in the ward in general. Because like, I'm assuming our names aren't directly attached to the crime. Because otherwise,
no, you guys did. You were remarkably quiet in your execution of the job.
So as that was like a force of like irritant and like aggravating in the ward, I want to like be a force of like calming and like community in the ward and like encouraging people to go to like, hey, it's Sunday service. You're out and about, but we could all be in church.
Yeah. So as you're making your way through the ward, and so again, a lot of the wealth of the city exists in this ward. And so as you're making your way through, and there's a lot of the creativity as well, the city is here, but you make your way through and you see kind of, for the most part, it's sort of business as usual. Most people aren't overly concerned, but as you make your way into some of the more affluent sections of the ward, you do find people who are very concerned that they might be next and worrying that is it only a matter of time before our house gets robbed, and that sort of a thing. But as you make your way through, you do find that people are at least somewhat comforted by your presence. So I would love for you to give me a roll here. So you're going to make an action roll. So you're going to choose what skill you think fits and roll with it.
I think I'm kind of like charming people, like with theology. Like I'm talking about, don't worry, Barathim will like protect you, will protect your house, and you can trust in him to like ensure order. And I'll reference the god of wealth,
Dysol.
My god, sorry. My god, as like a protector of your wealth and your capital. Even though he doesn't necessarily believe that that's how that works. Let's say it. And just kind of reference those things and kind of trying to like give people a chance to sort of let their faith be their comfort.
Excellent. Yeah. So go ahead and give me a roll.
Okay. I don't know why I rolled 2 dice.
You should be rolling 1 to give 1 in charm.
Okay, 5.
5, great. All right, so that reduces 2 ire, so you no longer have any ire with House Marathiel.
Cool.
Excellent.
And now that I've calmed the crowds, I will return to the our temple that is still falling apart and keep working on it. I actually thought it might be cool to have like long-term projects for each of the different sections, or maybe even the different like shrines to the gods. We don't have to figure that all out on air, but that is something I want to start working on.
A long-term project to have different shrines to all the gods. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're all there. They're just not.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, to give a little bit of context for our listeners and to make sure we clarify where things are at for you guys as well, the shrine that you've moved into as your base of operations is it existed before. This is not a new place. It is it's a temple with shrines to all 9 of the chief deities of the pantheon, and it is dilapidated. It has been. I said in our first episode that this is a city on the rise, but once upon a time, it was a city on the decline. And so a lot of the buildings that are being used now are repurposed in some way or another, or have been abandoned and reoccupied. And this is one such building. It's been abandoned and reoccupied. And it became sort of a place of just like general storage for the city. Maybe there was some different things going on in here at various points. And so there's a lot of stuff, a lot of damage, a lot of decay. And so, yeah, a long-term project to begin restoring the various shrines makes a ton of sense.
Cool.
Let's see here. Again, just for everybody, for you guys, for the listeners, it's my first time on this side of the table with this system, this game. So there's a few things. I just have to like look things up occasionally.
Hey,
but starting long-term projects, which I did not do a lot of on the other side of the table either. How do we engage that?
Looks like it's under work.
Clock is created to track its progress. Basic
It's
long-term
makes-
project like crafting a device is a single clock. Truly long-term projects like discovering an overlord's weakness can be 2, 3, or even 4 clocks. I think that's probably.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that you're going to have a different clock for each shrine you want to restore.
Cool. Starting with Dystall.
Perfect.
Just makes sense. I think it's like cleaned up, but Palace hasn't actually taken the time to like truly restore all of it and like
Yeah.
replace any important like iconography or anything like that. So
Sure. So, all right. So when you spend an activity to work on the project, you can mark a number of ticks equal to your action rating. Add 1 tick if you have a workshop or special advantages. Elaborate projects require multiple clocks to complete. Yeah. So this is elaborate. So it's technically an 8 clock project to finish. But
which makes sense. Yeah, I don't have any pips in it, but I do think craft would be the most sensical.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
So I'm rolling 2 and taking.
So you're not
don't-
rolling.
Oh.
You don't roll.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, you would just be marking pips equal
Yeah.
to.
Equal to your
the amount
action
of pips
rating.
you have
So
in
you
the action rating.
Oh, so I have to try to pick something that would.
Well, so what I'll say is because you do get a +1 tick if you have a workshop or special advantages. I will say I think that you being a cleric, in particular a cleric of Dystall, in an already like this is a religious building.
Yeah.
I will say that like we can default to for this particular project 1 tick each time you use an action to do it. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
And now, like as you advance, maybe Palace is like, man, I kind of want to start to get better at
Craft.
improving this.
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
you start.
Also,
training
probably need to hire some craftsmen,
yourself. some hirelings.
but he needed to learn first that this is harder than he thought it would be.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a lesson.
So yeah, Pellis just sort of he comes back from his walk amongst the people, and he probably does that for a few days, and then I think every night after he comes back, he just is slowly like trying to like restore like the various artifacts in the shrine to Dystall, trying to like refinish like the tables and altars, but is not doing a very good job. Like very uneven paint, and like didn't strip away all of the old paint. And some of it's still rotted and like held up by like stacks of books or something. Just like not great.
Yeah.
So,
You see, I think throughout this week as you're working on this, a few different people who you met when you were doing these rounds in the Silver Ward do come to the temple and try to come and like worship at the various shrines. You hear some murmurs if you're listening in, that like the people saying things like, I'm not even sure which god this is a shrine to, and things like that, and the people who come in leave relatively quickly, and not a ton of people come, but that's some progress, right? A few people have come to visit the shrines.
Hey, it's not important how, only that we do.
Excellent. All right. Anybody else have any downtime stuff they want to do?
Unless I missed it last time, have we addressed any wounds?
We have not.
We had one injured party member, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And
Jared, that was a
Jared?
level 1 wound,
It was
right?
level 1, so it healed.
Oh, yeah, automatically
Oh,
goes
yeah.
away when we start downtime.
Okay.
So he doesn't actually have to do anything for it.
Forget
And
what it
was
was
the
like,
nature of the wound? Yeah. Do we remember, Table?
Did you record that, Jared? I mean, you probably erased it already.
I
So
did, but I
But
erased
a
it.
scratch. But a scratch. 'Twas but a scratch.
Plus, but a scratch.
only a flesh
The
wound.
reason why I ask is because Lyrian would be very interested in trying to address wounds.
Wasn't
to address
was I like
wounds.
hit? Okay, I might be completely wrong. I feel like I was like hit by a crossbow or
I
something.
think so. Yeah.
Something
mean-
like that.
So, Steve, just for your like mindset, the reason why level 1 wounds go away now is because they are fleeting. They're not something that stick around anymore.
Mhm.
Yep. Yep.
So that
And so I
even if
still
it-
would tend
mental,
to it narratively or
social-
something, or
yeah, you don't even need to necessarily tend to it narratively. Like it could just be
Yeah.
something like Jared just needs to like sleep and he's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
He would just able to break the air off, pull it out, and just singe either side of his leg. So
Yeah.
everything's fine.
Yeah, you know how Jared does.
like someone with
Yeah.
a perfectly healthy masculinity.
Yes.
Awesome.
Let's move backwards 1 second here, because we're in a little bit of Justin said this in our chat. We are in a little bit of a hacking territory with reducing ire, because it's not really a thing in deep
Mhm.
cuts, which we're kind of superimposing on top of Heroes by Hearthlight. But we had
Mhm.
talked about when we want to reduce ire on top of the roll, we need to spend coin or
Oh, I would
uh,
suggest
along-
not a roll at all
Instead of.
a roll, because
But then-
everything else now in downtime is roll. You don't roll in downtime, so it would be nice to keep everything in downtime actions in that.
Roll this.
similar
I get what you're
That's-
saying. Let me throw this past you and see what you think about it. Because I think that if you pay the coin, I'm comfortable saying that we just pay coin, and maybe we could do 1 coin per ire you want to reduce, or a long-term. But if you did a long-term project, the same sort of thing. But I'm thinking we could either do 1 coin per, or a coin to buy a roll to reduce ire. I know everything else doesn't have a roll. I don't think that means we can't ever roll.
Yeah, I'm not saying we can't ever roll. I'm just saying the philosophy now between downtime actions is to not roll and to try and stream like that. So trying to keep that in line with the philosophy of deep cuts, I think is a good action, just to even show people like here's how you could hack a downtime action
Hmm.
in the same vein as other deep cut downtime
Sure.
actions. Yeah, I would lean towards either pay a coin. I would maybe say more than 1 ire, but it would again be something we might need to play around with and see.
I think you should get 1 ire for free, because you are spending a downtime.
Yeah.
You're like
Sure.
doing stuff.
Sure, reduce 1 ire and then
If you want to
As a
reduce
base.
it more,
play
then
another
for
coin,
every one,
pay a
you
coin.
pay-
Yeah.
pay a coin.
I mean, I think I would still say it'd be a coin, because there needs to be some sort of. I mean,
One.
yes, it is a downtime thing, but like, I don't know.
Mhm.
I feel like reducing ire is bigger than just
Hmm.
Just
costing the
spending your
downtime.
time.
Sure.
No, that's fair.
We could, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I like it.
Should I spend the coin then?
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
I was gonna say for this time you could just have it, but in the future we'll.
No, I'm paying the coin.
Okay.
He's gonna pay the
I'm
coin.
paying it.
Pay up to the universe.
But yeah, just one coin per ire for after you spend the downtime action to reduce ire.
Sir.
Future.
Nice.
All right. Anybody want to acquire anything? Want to do any other projects?
This is like a really good test zone of like trying to grab onto this world while we barely know it as players and like try to drive something.
I want to go back to Vesper Shadowclaw.
Okay.
Ooh.
Um,
Are you trying to do that solo, Cass?
yeah, it's downtime.
I'm just saying, are you trying to go
Yes,
alone?
Get out of here.
I mean, you all can come with me.
We can?
Yeah.
All right. I would like to suggest that Cass has been the focus of Lyrian's attention for the last several hours. And so, wittingly or not, whether you've articulated your plan for where you're going, she's just following you, observing you.
Cass will be like, all right, Lyrian, you can come with me. I'm just gonna go see Vesper Shadowclaw.
Very well.
And we will go back to Vesper Shadowclaw then.
Awesome. Yes, you guys know where to find it. It's
Yep.
easy enough. She's at the same spot she always is. Is this a couple days later you're thinking, or like the
I
next
think so.
day?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's a couple days later. Yeah. Vesper, wonderful to see you again.
Cass Brianbane.
Yes.
You missed me already.
Oh, you know it. I brought Lyrian as well. I think she's just following me, though. I don't know if she's.
Yeah, so Vesper kind of like taps two fingers to her forehead and like gestures towards Lyrian, but doesn't say anything.
Good day.
I've got a proposition for you. I've been hearing word in the Silver Ward that a lot of the nobles are a little worried that their houses is going to be next. So I was wondering if I could borrow some of your tough-looking customers here and see if we could run a racket. Maybe convince some nobles to pay us some coin to provide security.
I like the way you think, Cass.
And bonus, I'll get into their house, I'll draw out some maps, give those to you as well.
Okay. So,
I'm acquiring.
Yeah.
I would like to acquire some hirelings.
Great.
Ooh.
And then I already know what the next downtime action is.
Cool. So we're gonna make a 4-segment clock.
I think I'm gonna pay a coin to make them a tier 1 instead of tier 0.
Great.
That's fancy.
Let's see here.
The acquisition is very rare because all the hirelings are animated dead.
Oh, damn. All right. Okay. All right.
That no.
They're not.
Okay, so you're gonna make it tier 1, which puts them a tier higher than the faction that you're putting them up against.
Nice. Yeah, and then once I've got them, I'd like to work and do a quick side job.
Cool. All right, yeah. So Vesper's like, normally I don't let my men work in the city, but I like the way you're thinking.
If it helps, maybe we can buy some like metal masks or something, hide their features. That would also look pretty intimidating to those nobles.
No, it's all right. I make sure all my men know how to hide their faces effectively.
Wonderful.
How many did you need?
Well, I don't know, probably like 4.
4? And she just points to a couple people around the room. If either of you look, you see 4 men stand up from their tables and kind of straighten their clothes, and each of them rubs their face like as if they're tired, but when they pull their hands away, their faces are different.
Hell yeah.
That is dope.
Vesper, they don't work in the city and they've all got magic like that. You've got a real untapped market there.
You do realize the city guard knows how to sniff out magic when they need to, yes?
Well, not unless you're real sneaky about it.
And you should be real sneaky about it.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. I'll make sure. I know how to run this thing. I'll get us all out before it comes back to us.
Good.
All right. And I'll leave with my
Great.
hirelings.
A question.
Oh, sorry. Virian's got a question.
Yes, Lyrian.
Do you have magics that can truly change a face?
Why do you ask?
She gestures, just kind of casting a hand over her face, and you see this sort of dry, cracked earth look to some of the permanently damaged parts of it.
She stands up and steps down from the dais that she's on and walks up really close to you. So your bodies are almost touching. She lifts up her 6-fingered hand under your chin, kind of pulls your face a little closer to hers gently. Do you think there's something wrong with your face, Lyrian?
I did not intend to make it as it is. The skin, that is. The nose I can leave. You are familiar with the waking root?
I am.
Then you understand its importance.
I do.
Just the skin I would like to change.
For you? See what I can do. Are you intending to acquire something or start a project here?
I was not, but now I am.
Sure.
I'm just leaning into the fiction, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Saw an opportunity, well, sparked an idea, and I think she has connections, so. Yeah, I wonder if it would be, whatever you think her suggestion is, whether it's acquiring a special healer, whether it's acquiring access to some sort of object or thing that could perform this, healing, or restoration.
Yeah, so because of the nature of the different types of activities that we have here, the nature of acquire is technically something temporary. And so I think that we would define this, even though it is skinned as acquiring some sort of an asset, we will skin this as a long-term project.
Interesting choice of words.
Or not skin, yeah. Well, it's skinned as an acquire asset, but it is actually a long-term project. And so I think Vesper says to you, I don't have anything on hand, but I know some alchemists who might be able to make something for you.
If payment is required, I would pay more for the learnings, not merely the performance of the healing.
I'll tell you what. I will have the alchemists record their process for you. But sometimes it's important to keep our contacts and their locations secret, you understand?
Yes.
I'll need 2 coin. Or you can do some work for me. Either way. And I'll be able to get this started for you.
I am afraid I have not acquired much coin, but work I can promise.
Sure. And we'll work something out. You'll owe me 1 or 2. But in the meantime, I'll get in touch with my contacts. And yeah, so we're going to start an 8-segment clock here for you to get this alchemy.
Okay.
And so what action do you think you're kind of using to activate this long-term project?
Ooh. Oh.
Sounds like maybe you're like the long-term project is you actually studying their notes, maybe.
Once I get them, is that sort of
Yeah.
a fair premise? Is that how we'd cut it? Or is it more about the thing I'm doing to even initiate obtaining?
So I think
all
it's
this?
probably what we'll probably do is let me retcon just a little bit, and she will
Sure.
get the information from an alchemist for what you
Mhm.
need to do to
Okay, cool.
fix your skin. And so
Okay.
they'll make
Yeah, yeah.
notes for you to be able to follow a process to do the thing. And so we'll start marking stuff on this clock now, depending on what action you choose.
Mhm.
But then it'll be a long-term project because you'll be the one actually making the potion. The salve.
Okay. Cool. In that case, I mean, am I looking at, to answer your question, am I looking at things like craft? Or am I looking at, to Justin's point, like a study role?
It's however you want to.
It's up to you what action you use. It's always up to you what action you use. I mean, there's with a role like that or a thing like this, I might push back on some things, but looking at your skill tree, I think that there are a few different actions that you could choose outside of the reflex category that would make sense.
Okay. But when I heard study, I thought of something outside of the skill tree, so to speak, because there isn't a study category anymore, correct?
Yeah, no, that would fall
I guess I
under,
have
like,
lore. Yeah. And if I understand lore correctly, it could apply here because even if I'm following new instructions, I'm leveraging my knowledge of medicine and
Yeah,
history and ingredients and things like that. So
Yeah,
I'd
I
like
think,
to suggest lore.
cool. Yeah, I think there was a case to be made for lore or survival, and I would have accepted either one of those as reasonable.
Cool.
Cool. So you mark 2 segments on that clock.
All right. Am I tracking this myself somewhere?
Yes, please do. I am also tracking it, but please keep track of any personal.
I've added a section on our party settlement for party clocks.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you, Justin. Is this one going to be called? Oh yeah, fix Lyrian's face. I was going to say that's a perfect title for for this clock. So you said 2 segments because of my 2 pips in.
Yep, 2 out of 8.
Excellent. All right, 2 out of 8. Oh, we're getting there, y'all.
Yeah. And just so you know, because I'm looking at the clocks here, Justin, there are not different shrines in each district. It is 9 shrines in the temple that you guys are living in.
Ah, I understand.
1 to each god.
I will fix those then. And each shrine is its own.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna show the 1 then. And then once we complete 1, we can fix the next one.
Perfect.
As we walk away, Cass, I just picture Lyrian switching from a sort of typically silent observation and occasional question asking mode to sort of like a stream of consciousness, excited, just telling you stuff, whether you're listening or not mode. You've seen the alternation of before. Yeah, your mind is elsewhere.
All right, so if we go down that street, we'd be able to get that.
Yeah, and while you're thinking out loud, like Lyrian's like beside you, just like looking through her pouch and talking about medicinals, just like, these haven't worked, and I've tried everything that I knew within the scope of my craft from all that I could learn in the grasslands. But to think there's so much knowledge here among the still folk. It is fascinating.
I've got the perfect job.
You have an idea about
I've got a job for you. What?
I see.
What are you talking about?
Well, repairing my skin.
Repairing your
Through Vesper's alchemists.
What?
What is this job?
We're gonna take some coin from the nobles. What is this about repairing your skin? You're beautiful.
One of the 4 guys that is coming with you that you just hired kind of pops in. It's like, so what is the job that we're doing?
Oh, I just need the 4 of you to look real tough. Lyrian, I need you to look as like mystical and spooky as possible. And we're just gonna, these nobles, they're real scared that someone's gonna steal from their houses. We're gonna pose as like a security force. right? We'll help keep them safe. We won't make sure they'll get stolen. We'll take some coin from them. We'll walk around their house, take some maps, bring that all back to Vesper.
I have been told that the still folk are most afraid of me when I comport myself this way. Is this true?
Oh.
And I will. So this is something that occurred to me completely incidentally. I did not intend to make my character look like the Grim Reaper, but sometimes Lyrian does. So I have a scythe. I was trying to think of weapons that would make sense in the grassland. And I have a scythe, and I was thinking about materials that we would use to make it. And it's a scythe made of bone. And I also, between the noseless scarred face thing and the scythe and I independently, again, I did not plan any of this, but when I was coming up with different things my character could wear, I made notes about different adornments that I wear, like a necklace of feathers from a gloomstalker, which Johnny, we can make up whatever that creature is in the grasslands.
Love it. Yeah.
But I also wanted a long flowing cloak made of wool with a skull for a clasp, because I thought skulls would be a nice thing to use. That's, again, natural resource that you'd repurpose from, among the waking root. And now that I put all this together in my head, I'm like, I am terrifying, and I'm not trying to be. But anyway, so I put the cloak up. I have I grabbed the scythe.
Yeah. Especially with the feathers, I'm picturing a corvid skull or something like a raven skull or something like that.
Yes. Yep, that works really well. A corvid skull it is.
Lyrian, that's terrifying. That's perfect.
I do not understand this aspect of your cultures yet, but I hope to soon.
All four of the hirelings kind of move a little bit to give Lyrian a wider berth. And, but one thing that they do is you hear all four of them start whispering under their breath to themselves. And if you are looking at them, you would see each of them grow about 5 inches and expand just a little bit muscularly. And they are significantly burlier now.
Perfect. See? You've got the assignment. All right, let's fleece some nobles.
Cool. Yeah, you make it to the Silver Ward, and as you guys are walking into the Silver Ward, and you again, things are kind of business as usual for the most part. But people are more, news has spread a little bit more of everything that happened, and so people are increasing in fear now, and seeing you all, especially seeing Lyrian, people are ill at ease and definitely on edge.
And I'll just start like a grandiose, not speech, but I'll start purporting ourselves as a security force willing to help keep their estates safe.
Awesome. So, and just to clarify, you're doing a work, right?
Side job.
Side job. Perfect.
Work, quick side job. Earn 1 coin. I kind of want to ask you if I can charge more for the work. They're nobles. They're probably willing to.
Yeah.
Probably get at least a couple of them to pay the premium subscription fee and.
Yeah, I think you could charge a little bit more for this.
Maybe just
how much are you thinking?
I don't want to go crazy because I also don't want to get caught.
coin.
I don't want to get caught, so I'm happy with 2 coin.
Okay, perfect. I think that's
happy with
definitely
2
reasonable. Yeah. So at a certain point, a older nobleman comes up to you. You are offering security services?
Ah, yes, you are interested.
Extremely.
Oh, yes, of course. You've got to keep your stuff safe. It's a shame we heard about all the thefts and robberies here in the Silver Ward.
More than one. More than just the Hamor estate.
I mean, if the Hamor estate's next, I'm sure yours will be next after that, right?
You're absolutely right. How much would it cost to engage your services?
Look, we like to make sure that you're taken care of. So we are a family-owned business. We're not going to charge you an arm and a leg. I'm not going to say 1 coin because that's a representative of a much larger pile, but an actual amount.
Yes, totally reasonable. If you come to my estate, I shall give you the coin immediately.
Amazing. And that's just that's the upfront fee, obviously, as we continue
course.
on, then of course. We will need to walk around your estate just for a little bit, just to get a lay of the land, see where some of the weak points are, see where we need to strengthen security. What was your name, by the way?
Oh, yes, my name is Seamus McDowell.
Seamus, have you ever thought about changing your middle name from to something else?
Sir, I do not have a middle name.
All right, my mistake then. The name's Margaret.
Margaret, it's a pleasure. Shall we go to my estate now?
Of course. Do you mind if my boys follow me as well? And that one. And I'll point towards Lyrian.
Hello.
Follow
no.
me.
I think I may have caused some distress.
He nearly died right there.
Oh, dear.
My time has come. No, and he leads you to his home.
And we'll just obviously continue to ruse and walk around Seamus McDowell's house, get a lay of the land. Obviously, do not care about security, just looking for things that are expensive.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, I'll say like for our purposes, for what we've got going on, like he paid you essentially one coin to come, and as you walk around the house, you can find and accrue a second coin worth of
Sure. I like
objects and trinkets to defense.
That makes sense. Yeah, a couple like castle pilfer, a couple things that she's like, he's not going to notice that this is gone. This is too small.
And you like take something that you think he'd never notice, and a few minutes later he goes, "It's a wonder that I hired you. Someone's already been here. They've taken my trinkets."
And I'll pull one out and I'll be like, and that is why you need to hire us. Do you see how easy that was for me to steal?
Yes, you are well worth the money.
That's right. All right. I think we got everything we need. I'll send you some plans, and we'll make sure that your stuff is safe, Mr. McDowell.
Thank you so much, Margaret.
Of course. All right, boys, let's pack it up. We'll head out.
Perfect. All right.
Did I see anything that looked particularly valuable?
No. I'll say no.
Oh, I was trying to let you add some plot threads. But
You can do whatever you want to do ultimately, but I want to steer you away from being scoundrels in the city you're meant to protect and expand.
for sure.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you,
We're
Jenny.
just getting there in a roundabout way.
Just a reminder, this isn't scum and villainy.
That's right.
I want to take Cass on a journey towards nobility.
Fair enough.
Where she's
Fair
at
enough.
now.
Yeah.
All right.
In recovery. Villain in recovery.
Jared or Lyrian? Lyrian, I think you have one more downtime action that you can engage. Jared, I think you have one more as well. Two? Okay, I thought you would.
Yeah, I've only indulged my vice.
So do you get
But it
three
doesn't-
downtime? I
doesn't-
thought it was two.
It-
So
Indulgent
indulging
doesn't
in
pick
vice
up.
is not an
Yeah.
action anymore.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, everyone
Crazy.
just gets
That's
to-
crazy.
My brain.
I
Not keeping.
I don't know. I have a feeling as to what mechanically these downtime activities might be, but Jared would like to find his little buddy Mortis. I forget where he said he was. I think
Yeah,
he was...
Mortis is in the barracks of the or the Citadel in the
Citadel.
Gold Quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jared will make his way over there to go find Mortis.
Mortus. Is that the kind of accent that he has?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
Why not? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm already imagining that that's how he would say his own name. I don't know.
I love it.
We didn't do XP, Justin. Thank you. We'll do that momentarily.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have a tick on the
We
clock,
should-
but I think that's because I rolled a desperate action.
You did. We should have done that before, because that way if somebody wants to train, but I doubt anyone's going to fill up
Yeah, I don't think anyone's
their
gonna
clock.
fill the
But
clock.
yeah, in
Yeah.
the future, we should make sure we do XP before downtime actions if somebody wants to train.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah,
Um,
go to the Citadel.
Okay. Did you want to train today, Danny? Because we can
Yeah.
do XP now. Okay. Yeah, so you go to the Citadel. You go and you have to like check in with the guards at the front, and it's compared to anything else you've seen around the city thus far, the Citadel is locked down. It is like they keep a very strict record of anyone going in and out. And so when you get there, the guy at the gate says, "All right, we'll go and check on Mortis. If he says your friend, we'll let you in." And after probably like 45 minutes to an hour, Mortis finally comes to the gate. "Jared, my friend."
Hello, Moses.
"What brings you
How's
here
your
to visit an old man?"
How's your time here been?
"Wonderful. I'm so
I,
useful here."
Well, what have they got you doing?
"All kinds of things that I may or may not be allowed to tell you."
All right. I'll just leave that at that then.
I'm assuming
There's no
you're not
training.
here to find out what I'm doing. You're here for some other reason important to you.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yes, you're exactly right, Moses. I was just wondering if you have a plan or something. I want to create a sort of a memorial for Larkhold. And I wanted to know if you have any tools or friends that you may have made here at Hilltop who are proficient in that sort of thing can help me accomplish that.
The home of the artisans is directly next door here. You can see it right over there.
Yeah, I guess.
That said, I'm not
There.
telling you to go there yourself. I'm saying
Yeah.
in this close proximity I've met some people.
Okay,
And
yeah.
I think we may be able to make something like that happen. It would be a beautiful tribute to the people we have lost.
Yes, just something to honor them.
And so, did you have anything in mind? You asked me if I have plans, but this is something I'm only thinking about now that you bring it up to me.
What do you mean? Like what it looks like, or
You came to me asking if we could build a memorial. A memorial I have
Yes.
not been thinking about building at all.
yeah?
But you want me to come up with what the memorial should be here on the
No,
spot now.
no. Sorry, I will come up with that. My apologies, Mortis. I wanted it to be. We're already recovering the shrine, and I figured Palace won't mind if I set up a shrine of remembrance among the religious shrines. So I wanted to be there. Yeah.
Yes. Why not build the symbol of Larkhold? Remember her glory as she would want to be remembered.
Yes.
And among
Yeah.
the shrines, it won't easily escape notice because it does not look like the other idols.
Yeah. Rather than an idol, we'll have the Larkholdian, I forgot what you called it. What you call it?
The symbol of Larkhold?
The symbol of Larkhold, exactly. Yeah, if I
Yes.
thought there was maybe like another name for that, or whatever, the lark with the fucking spyglass and the scroll, Sorry.
Precisely, yes.
Yeah. All right. Did you want me to go talk to the artisans?
Did you come to me because you needed me to go talk to the artisans? Because
Yeah, I don't really know much people here besides you and
And how will you meet them
Well,
if you
they're
send
my
me to
favorite.
do all of these things for you?
Yes, sir. Right. Would you want to come with me?
I would love to come with you, Jared.
All right.
Now, are you trying to like? I mean, I think this sounds like a long-term project.
Yeah, but I would like to first acquire assets.
Okay.
So hirelings to aid in the long-term project. Because
Excellent.
otherwise, looking at my like action pips, I don't have like anything that would help with that. That would help with
Yeah.
building a shrine.
Okay. So first, let's get some hirelings. So you go visit the artisans.
Yeah. With Mortis. Because Jared's a little shy. Jared's a little shy boy. He's also really sad, which like amplifies the shyness.
I am so sorry. Give me 1 second here.
No, you're good.
Justin, what did you write down as the last name of Seamus, the noble that you just totally swindled?
McDowell.
McDowell. Easy to swindle those McDowells, you know what I'm saying?
You know, they came from the Highlands and they just lost a lot of oxygen when they came down in their brains.
Didn't they gain oxygen?
Yeah, you're right. As I started talking, I was like, it's the opposite.
Wait a second. But you know, it was just too much oxygen for him, so it backfired.
That's true. Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah,
guys.
that was it. It was too much
You're
oxygen. Like, I'm too smart now.
Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna acquire assets to get some hirelings from the Artisans Guild. So that's gonna be a 4-segment clock for you.
And I don't think I'm gonna spend any coin to make them any tier higher. They're just building, you know.
Yeah.
They're just
Okay.
building.
All right. And then you're gonna spend your next downtime activity to do a long-term project.
Yeah, to start
Okay.
a long-term project.
Shrine of Remembrance. That's what I'm gonna call that. And I think that'll be. I think because this is not you like restoring a shrine that's already built the way that
I'm like
Ellis
building
is.
it. Yeah,
You're building it from scratch. But it's not, it's also you have a building, you have a space that you know you can put it in. It's not going to be crazy long, but I'm going to give you 2 clocks here. So
Okay.
16 segments that you need to fill in to finish this project.
Yeah. And I don't have pips in either, but like in the future, I could see craft or lore
Mm-hmm.
working for that. But for now, Jared will just rely on the help of the hirelings.
Yeah, so you go to visit the artisans, and we don't need an RP telling them all of the plans that we just went over with. But you go to them, and they agree. And so you want this to be inside of the shrine, among the gods.
Yes, if you think that might be offensive to some, we can try to put
I'm
it
not
in
religious, man. I mean, I'm just checking. I don't.
All right, hell yeah, let's fucking do it.
Wonderful. And you checked with your friend who runs the temple there.
I think Palace as we enter, I can let him know that we're doing it.
Yeah. Cool. Ask for forgiveness instead of permission and all that.
Exactly. Much easier.
Wonderful. So, yeah, it's just going to be 1 coin to engage our services, and it'll be interesting challenge to make something beautiful. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So then for the long-term project, I think what we'll do is activity working. Takes your action rating. There is no action rating, but we're starting them at their base. So it's going to be 1 tick for the project as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Basically, the way I see this is, while I have the hirelings, I'm going to try to use that space to increase my lore craft, so I can then graduate away from using the hirelings.
For sure.
So the way, for those that are listening, the way it works too, when you have a hireling, when you use them in a significant way, you mark off.
mark it.
Actually, You mark off one of. We have 6 on these because of the ability we chose.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Thank you. Good call.
So normally there would be a 4-segment clock. We instead get a 6-segment clock. So both the tier 1 toughs and the tier 0 artisans we could use in the future for anything. But we just wouldn't mark off a tick if we use them in a significant way.
Where did we even mark that ability?
It's in our at the broker. So do cat basically like I'm imagining like part of the like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I lost it.
Coffee.
The agreement. It goes a
Just
little
like
bit
general.
Cadmir,
We've hired them
Cadmir.
in general.
Yeah, like goes through Cadmir a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's our contract negotiator.
Basically, yeah. That's contract. That's what I was looking for.
Gotcha, buddy.
Cool. All right. Yeah.
Also, if Jared comes in and just starts trying to build,
Jared will wait for Pellis to ask about what's happening first. Yeah, Jared walks in with like some artisans, and he's like holding blueprints, like rough blueprints that he made. He's like, yeah, so I'm thinking like right here might be nice. Pellis.
Go, Jared. What are you? Have you hired these people to help with the shrines?
Yes, more or less. I hope you don't mind. I thought that a Shrine of Remembrance might be nice to honor a fallen city.
Oh, to Lockhold. Right. What if we put that in the square outside?
Oh, like where everyone can see it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of also there was a fountain, but it is just sort of a pile of rubble. So replacing it with a remembrance for Lockhold seems like a good way to use the space.
Yeah. Jared will look at the artisans, how they feel about this, and if they're like down for it, like
they don't look like they have a dog in this fight. This is up to you.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, Jared, thinking through, he doesn't like the idea of him doing what he plans on doing at the Shrine of Remembrance, with like in the middle of the town square. But at this point,
it's not the town square. There's like
it's
like a courtyard. In
the
overall
even then being outside, he's like, all right.
Yeah, so you'd rather do it in the presence of all 8 deities? You'd rather do that?
Yeah.
9. All 9 deities.
9 deities, sorry.
The 9 divines. But yeah, Jared will be like, yeah, it's actually a really, really great idea, but this change of plans, let's do it outside.
Wonderful. We'll start work right away.
Then you can come back in here and help me.
If it's all right with the boss, we'll do it. They go out and start working on the shrine.
Can I actually like retroactively have them like assist me with?
I think because Jared hired them, they're technically the party's hirelings, but I will say anytime that you guys use your downtime action to hire hirelings, that person gets kind of final say on what those hirelings do. So you'd have to work with Danny. If Danny says they help with the shrine, I think awesome.
If they're being able to help make a shrine, they're able to help build a shrine. But obviously, it would use up this clock faster. But
right,
it would use up the clock faster. Yeah, but it wouldn't be like just to clarify too. Danny gets final say on what happens with those hirelings. They can help with the shrines, but it will still. I won't make Danny use a downtime action for the hirelings that he hired to. Like it would still be your project downtime action, Nick, to use Danny's hirelings. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. Right. Because I already did that.
You already did that this time, so you wouldn't be able to do it again with the hirelings. But
okay.
All right. Steve, do you have any more downtime actions that you wanted to do? And if you wanted to train, we can do XP now and then do your downtime action.
Train. So XP now is fine.
Perfect. All right, let's do XP. All right. So you guys are going to mark 1 XP for each of these and 2 for multiple instances. So complete a quest or foil an overlord's scheme. You did complete a quest, so mark 1
okay.
for that.
Nice.
And this is for the party experience. Contend with challenges. That says challenged. Contend with challenges above your station. No, this time you guys were going against a overlord or a faction that is on the same tier as you. Bolster your reputation or develop a new one. I'm going to say no to this one. We said that your reputation was calamitous, and I do not think that you guys did anything calamitous. You were actually particularly uncalamitous.
Agreed.
That's
We
fair.
forgot that was what our reputation was.
That's a really fun reputation, guys.
It is
Anyway.
a really fun reputation.
Yeah.
And express the drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the party. This one is complicated for me because I think that you did this for certain members of the party, but not necessarily the party as the whole. But what do you guys think?
I'm all right with saying no to this.
Yeah, same. And I think
Yeah.
for
That's a
me,
good
at least,
idea.
both as player and character, I am waiting to see until I have a more crystallized picture of the essential nature of our party to feel like that we know how to collectively move in a direction that earns that XP. But I'm open to, push back on
No,
that.
I think that I agree with you on that. And so if you guys are cool with not getting the XP for that, that's good by me. All right. Now for each of you individually. All right, so Pellis. Actually, let me double check. Which ones are the general XP questions? Is it the second two on each of your character sheets?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first one
Yes.
is the
The first one's specific. Okay, so I'll ask everybody and then we'll go to the specifics. So you expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or history.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think exposition may be helpful, even though we won't always do this because we're so new to these characters. But
Yeah, I think so too.
Like for example, Lyrian's drive for knowledge felt like it was advanced through this process, and
I agree.
And so that's just one anchor point for me.
Cool. And a reminder too, you guys are the ones who get final say on whether or not you get XP for something. And so don't if you think you deserve XP, you deserve it. But what were we about to say, Justin?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, Cass is a pirate, so
Mhm.
stealing is up her alley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going along the lines of like, I think Pellis pretty consistently like referenced everything he did against like some god or another,
Yeah.
and I think he's going to continue doing that. And if he thinks it would make the god mad, he'll kind of have justifications for it, like he has. But yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
just
I love
that's
it.
okay.
What about Jared?
Yeah, I think Jared, first of all, definitely expressed like the guilt he feels for the fall of Larcold, and I think he also expressed while we were deciding which job to do, how he would just definitely felt more comfortable doing the other job, but still settled with doing this job.
Cool. All right. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I think this is going to be a no for everybody,
I think this is a no for Jared, at least.
but I'm open to push back on that. Nobody has trauma yet.
Agreed.
I'm gonna say.
And I don't think anybody, because remember that if struggling with the issues means that it had a substantive effect on the job.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which means it was invoked, right?
Not necessarily that it was invoked, but like, but it can be that. It also could be like if your vice being proselytization, if you stopped the job, you interrupted the job to tell somebody about Dystall and threw things off, that would be struggling with your vice during the job.
Go.
All right. So Pellis specifically, did you address a challenge with insight and compassion?
I don't know. I think it was pretty insightful to be like, "Hey, we can just teleport in to a window as long as you leave like the drapes open." I don't know if that's insight or just ingenuity.
I think that's more ingenuity than insight.
Yeah, that's fair. Insight or compassion? Yeah, no, I don't think so.
All right, Lyrian, did you address a challenge with ingenuity or connection?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that the team kind of led in terms of wit, and that I followed suit with
Cool.
the plan. And that's fine. But
Yeah.
no XP for me.
All right. Jared, did you address a challenge with perseverance or leadership?
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think Jared kind of hung back for a lot of this.
Yeah,
this
he
one.
sort of hung back this job.
You were tiny.
Yeah.
He was tiny for a
Tiny
lot
little
of
boy in
the
the
I
pocket.
want to see you get big though. Real big.
I got that.
All right. And then, Cass, did you address a challenge with force or mayhem?
I think so. I would say turning the party intangible, and perhaps even like scouting out the place ahead of time and like potentially getting caught might be mayhem.
I don't think that would be mayhem. I think potential for mayhem and mayhem are not the same thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, we were
But-
so stealthy that you didn't end up needing to be very chaotic or forceful, as far as
That's
I
true.
remember.
I would say that the end of the job, the backside of the job, there was, I think, enough that I would say that some mayhem did ensue, and that you were pretty forceful with the things that you did at the end of the job. And so I'd feel comfortable, not that it's up to me, but I'd feel comfortable with you taking the XP.
I do think that counts. That was pretty. What's the mayhemic? Full of mayhem. That's probably how you're supposed to say it.
Are you trying to find an adjectival form of mayhem?
Of mayhem, yeah.
Mayhem.
Mayhemic's a band.
Mayhem. Mayo?
Mayonnaise.
I think you search in vain. But if you say mayhemy, I will know what you mean.
I think this is one of those instances where you have to find that version of a synonym. So like chaotic.
Nope, I'm gonna find it. All campaign, I'm gonna find it. Don't you worry.
It was very mayhem-esque.
All right, so
Mayhemish.
that is XP. And so finally, Steve, you wanted Illyrian to do some training, right?
Yeah, and the first time you do this, I guess you're required to sort of use that to find someone who can train you. Am I reading that correctly?
That's how I'm reading it as well too.
Acquire an instructor if you don't already have one. After that,
Yeah.
I assume you can just kind of train with them. But is it always instructor based? Is that how we're reading this, or could I sort of find ways to train alone?
Wait, what are you trying to train? Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Because some of
So
us might have like contacts that could help you.
That's true.
Yeah, and I think I would say I think once you have an instructor, you don't necessarily always need to train with your instructor. But
like you could just
I
be
think it'll be
applying the things that
contextual.
they've taught
Yeah.
you. Yeah. So I would like to train in lore, continuing in my area of strength. And so I imagine that being things like the study of histories, the study of, medicines, anything adjacent to or that could inform my understanding of nature.
Let's see.
And I'm open to it being stored in books, like and going back to that extremely old soul that we met who looked like he was barely hanging on the edge of existence.
Yeah.
Or like it could be, some other, like if I haven't heard of anybody or if I have, like I'm happy to pull a different thread to find knowledge.
Yeah, no, I think that would probably be your best bet, would be going back to the librarian and interfacing with that librarian.
Cool. And narratively, even if this doesn't support mechanics a ton, Johnny, not to over-index, but like, I don't know that Lyrian necessarily thinks this guy is going to be the fountain of knowledge, but I think she's curious to see if he is, or if he'll just point you in a different direction.
Sure. And now, do you have a filled clock for XP? Or are you just looking to get your instructor in this particular?
I'm just looking to get my instructor, and I don't have a filled
perfect.
clock of any kind. Yeah.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure I'm clear on whether or not you're planning on advancing or just getting this piece of the puzzle out of the way.
Yep. The puzzle.
Cool. Yeah, so you go to the library, and that same man is sitting in the same spot, hunched over, and just writing furiously.
I approach very just like soft, steps. Like my general tendency, I think, is Lyrian following the kind of elvish tropes that many of us are familiar with, is sort of to be light-footed. She also walks barefoot most of the time. And so I just imagine just like coming up very quietly until I'm essentially hovering over this frail old man, like close enough to try to read what he's writing if it's legible, with my bone scythe probably not quite aware of this fact, but like, a little bit hovering a little too far over him, as if death was about to claim this feeble man.
You you get close enough and you can hear the scratching of quill on parchment as he just writes furiously. And at the angle that you're at, his handwriting would probably be hard to read if you were at the right angle. So it's nearly impossible upside down to read what he's writing. But he's kind of like muttering to himself as he writes, and again, indistinct and just.
Hello again, young man. May I ask what you are writing?
He looks up and looks at your scythe. You are from the Waking Root.
I am. And you are from?
Here.
A fine
Hilltop.
place.
It was once, and then it wasn't, and now it is again. Yes.
So it is over long passages of time.
I'd imagine you know that well.
Indeed.
And then he turns back down and starts writing again.
That's delightful. Yeah. He's like, well, this is clearly the end of the conversation. May I ask your name?
Anders.
Anders. Do you alone tend to this library and guard its knowledge?
Knowledge should not be guarded. It should be shared freely. I tend to the garden, but its fruits are for all.
Your choice of metaphor is delightful to me.
I thought it might be. And to answer your question, I have apprentices. They're somewhere deep in the stacks, doing the things my old legs won't let me.
And how would one become an apprentice of yours?
Well, it's an application and an interview and a series of rigorous physical tests, followed by one large quest.
Do you jest, Anders?
Partially. Now, if you want to be a true apprentice of the library, well, first, I must know why.
I have come from the Waking Root, from the grassland, and for now have ceased traveling to the other places of nature, and have instead decided to dwell among the still folk to learn from them what can only be learned here. And I wonder if this would be a prudent way to pursue that.
It could be. I would ask, how old are you?
Not far past 800.
One thing I've always appreciated about your people is your endless, unquenchable thirst for knowledge. But I don't know how much I can offer one of your age, especially one from your people.
Indeed, many of my own people would agree with that sentiment, and yet I have learned so much by being here already. I wonder, Anders, if you would recommend I simply apply myself to reading, and reading anything in particular, or if it would be better to apprentice, as it were, and in return ask for more of your time that I might ask questions.
I would gladly take you on as an apprentice, Lyrian of the Waking Root, if you would complete one quest, a quest I ask of all my apprentices.
So this part was not in jest.
No, it was
Say
not.
more. What is this quest?
You must bring me a book I have never seen.
Very well.
She's like,
In
can you
order
just
to
give me
be
a
sure
list of
that I
every
am-
single book you've seen?
Yeah, could I just cross-reference against your Excel sheet? Before I commit to this quest, Anders, may I ask for a foretaste of the knowledge which perhaps you could dispense? Anything which you think you uniquely know, or which is difficult to find?
This is a question I've never been asked before. He thinks for a moment. I think for a moment.
He's so in character.
Yes.
You heard about these Big Macs?
The library is home to more than simply books and scrolls and written knowledge. We carry the secrets of how to entreat Leon and Firin and gain the knowledge that they would only share with Brathium. If you were to apprentice with me, you would learn the secrets of acquiring this knowledge as well. And I tell you this only because you are of the waking root, otherwise I would not share that secret with any.
This promise is weighty indeed. I shall begin my quest. Anders.
Wonderful.
Until then, please, do not die.
I haven't in 175 years, and I don't intend to start dying now.
And yet you remain patient, ostensibly, unrushed.
When you find the secrets I've found, you learn to stop worrying about the passage of time. But I think an elf such as yourself would understand that better than most.
Lyrian nods and departs.
And he just goes right back to writing.
It's got to be something good. I'm going to steal that one day. Anyway.
It is smut.
It's smut.
Of the highest quality.
Of course. When you're 175, you don't write low quality smut. You know what I'm saying?
You're in it for the good stuff.
Bella
right?
pushed Edward against the rock. And
That's your one Twilight reference.
Enemies to lovers, 5,000 words. Let's
enemies to lovers to friends to lovers.
To roommates, to friends again,
Back to lovers.
back to lovers.
We always gotta circle back. You know, it's-
We love it.
Back to enemies.
Ooh,
Mhm.
To coworkers.
Into
Coworkers.
doctor
Back
and
to lovers.
patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doctor and patient.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. That is downtime.
And so, just to square with what Justin mentioned in the chat, it seems like in order to even get a mentor or whatever the word is, I would need to actually use acquire an asset technically, mechanically, and I
Yeah,
couldn't
so-
do that. I've already tried that for this round of downtime. Is that correct?
So for those doing deep cuts, what you
Yeah,
just did
yep.
just now is technically acquire an asset. It is not
Mhm.
true. Which is interesting because that means that eventually you would have to either acquire him again as an asset or find a new mentor, because every time you train, you're using them significantly. And so eventually that mentor would be like, hey, I've taught you everything I know, or hey, you pay me or something.
Well, I mean, that said, though, Justin, the he's his mentor for a specific skill, and under the normal, without the special ability that you guys have, he'd only have 4 segments, but each time he did that, he'd use a segment which would fill up an entire skill.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, that's if you're just doing the same skill, right? Like like hypothetically, a mentor could potentially train you in multiple skills.
Not Anders.
Not Anders.
Yeah, I can see
one
Anders
thing,
being solely for
one thing
lore.
only.
One trick pony. All right.
Yeah.
So, in other words, I don't expect any mechanical benefit from this.
Correct. Yeah.
It seems like at least it was sort of an opportunity to narratively drive how I will train in the future.
Yep.
But I will still have to roll, or not roll, but use an acquire action on my next downtime. Is that how we're
No,
thinking about this?
No, so you've already acquired. It sounds like you've already acquired Anders as your instructor. So next time you would have to train to use Anders.
Correct.
You'll be using him.
So yeah, I mean, so technically, the for this acquisition, it's just instead of coin, it's going to cost you this quest.
Okay. Okay, I like it. And just for future reference, am I allowed to try to do an activity twice within one downtime?
I think
Like
so.
2 acquisitions?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't think there's
I
anything
defaulted in my brain to assuming I couldn't do anything twice. So I don't know why. All right.
I think you can do whatever you want, Steve.
Hey, thanks. That's why I'm here. I just want to do what I want. So
Yeah.
the more of that I can do, the better.
Wish fulfillment. Awesome. All right. Anybody have any other questions or anything they need before we step out of downtime?
No.
No? Excellent. All right. So now we circle back to the beginning. You guys are, I mean, technically downtime is done. You do have one thing on the table that you could potentially try and do as a plot thread to follow, as a job. But
look,
you guys can also reach out to different contacts and such to see if there's any other jobs you want to take on.
yeah.
Hmm.
Did we like miss our chance to find that tome in the forest?
I was gonna go
We
to
can see.
Cadmere. Yeah.
You have
We
to
could
go
ask
to Cadmere.
Cadmere.
Yeah.
I need a book. I need a new, very different book.
Yeah.
Cass, why don't you use your intimate relationship with wait, was it Casimir?
Cadmere.
Cadmere.
You're missing
Cadmere
Cass
wanted
now.
the book.
Cashmere.
That's what I was missing. No, I was character wise. Name completely lost, but character wise, I was mixing up Cadmere and
Vesper.
Vesper. Yes.
But that's fine that you said that in character, because Cass will be like, Pellis, I told you one time that Cadmere and I got drunk. That was one time.
Okay, whatever.
It's not that intimate, I promise you.
Okay, I was just messing with you. It's all a good jest. But seriously though, could you go see if he still had that job for us, or another job? I mean,
Yeah. I had a question for him anyway. So
we're all out of money. Wait,
I'll go
know
with-
everyone is.
we're not all out of money. We've got some money. It's not a lot, but all right. I'm off. To
owe favors to Vesper, so more money would be helpful.
all right.
Yeah. And Jared will just go with Cass, much like how Lyran just went with Cass when she went to see Vesper.
I will
was gonna say-
stay this time and help Pellis, unless Pellis
Yeah.
is on a break.
No, Pellis is, if he's not asleep, he's probably working on something.
He's working.
I'm just picturing us largely like chiseling, dusting, stuff
Yeah, it's
like
a lot
that.
of like, well, it's a lot of like sanding, because a lot of like
Okay.
paint is like completely like warped off and like nasty, and then it's like sanding some and then realizing the wood is rotted underneath anyways, and you're like, okay,
Yeah.
Gotta go to Home Depot. Gotta get some more wood.
Yeah. Trash removal, you pick up a box to go move it, and you find that there's a whole rat's nest underneath, and now you have to clear out the rats. and-
Oh.
constantly. That is constantly happening.
This place is so gross.
Oh,
Not to
thanks.
mention, that's just the main part of the shrine. That's not.
Yeah,
even
we haven't even gotten to
extra
the
rooms.
other rooms or buildings.
Oh.
We have 2 rooms.
Who knows
figured
what's
out.
under there too? Ah, well, the secrets. What if we find the secret door underground? That'd be so dope.
You roll
Regardless,
into a
we'll-
wall and it ends up being an illusory wall.
Jared and I will knock on Cadmere's door. I guess he's like a merchant.
It's a shop. You can just walk in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll just walk into a shop.
Yeah, as you walk-
Cadmere!
As you
How
walk
are ya?
in, he's got a an assistant who I haven't even named. Let me actually get a name for this assistant here.
Donald. Oh no!
I love
why-
it. It's Donald. It's about to be
Okay,
something else, but it's
okay.
Donald. He's got an assistant, and he's like, Donald, how many times do I have to tell you to close the damn case after you're done going in there? Aye, lass and lad, how are you doing? I'm going to kill Donald.
If you pay us some money, I'll do it for you.
Why would I
No
pay
one needs
you
to
to
kill
do
Donald.
something I could do for free?
All right, you're right. We're just trying to. We're running out of coin, Cadmir. We were wondering if you had hired someone already to get that tome for you. It's fine if you have. We get you probably on a time crunch. So let us know about that. I did also want to know if you knew anything about any goblin tribes out in the plains.
Oh, so there are a few. I mean, first things first, let me say I was deeply hurt and incredibly offended that you didn't take the job in the first place, but it is still available and I would love for you to do it. Secondly, goblin tribes. There are many all over the place. I mean, I know of at least 3 in the plains. There's 1 in the mountains. And I think there's recently one that's moved into Alarendale in the forest.
Any that you know that are in trouble?
I mean, the ones in the plains are always at war with the centaurs. There's trouble there. And now you've got Rundin taking over the whole place. So there's that. But, so you want plains goblins specifically?
I think, honestly, I don't quite know. It was a little vague.
Sure. I mean, so there's the Nashers. And they're the largest of the tribes. And then there is the Peak Breakers. They're second largest. They keep to themselves the most, but they're not entirely isolationist. And then finally, you've got the Breakfoots. The Breakfoot tribe is the smallest, but they're scrappiest and most likely to get themselves in trouble.
All right, that's a start, I guess. I don't even know if I need to discuss. I feel like comfortable telling you that we'll take your job. We're looking for some work, so.
All right, that's wonderful news. Yeah, you bring me the book, and I will assess its condition to determine how much gold I'm going to pay. But I will tell you, I'll give you 4 up front. 1, right?
Okay.
One each for you lot. And then if the book's in good condition, there might be a bonus for it.
Amazing. Steve, did Lyrian talk about her conversation with Anders?
Yeah.
Okay. Cadmia, I just got one, not a wrinkle. Can Lyrian just show it to Anders over at the library?
Here's what I've learned in my life. If you throw a book to Anders, you might as well not even bring it to me. So you'd have to buy the book instead of selling it to me.
Well,
if you were going to take it to Anders.
Academy, what are the odds there'll be other rare books or tomes where we'll be going?
Is one of you lot trying to become a librarian's apprentice?
I think Lyrian's just interested in learning as much as she can,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
how she gets.
Anders has this thing where he likes to make his apprentices bring him a book he's never seen before. They all stop here first, asking if I've got the book Anders has never seen. Of course, I don't have a book Anders has never seen. But
I'm smart enough not to have asked you that.
Yes, that I appreciate
That's
it.
why I didn't ask you that.
But no, I think the book I'm after is magical. It's mystical. It's powerful in its nature and probably worth quite a bit of money. But there's likely other books there that people have forgotten over time. So you might find something else Anders has never seen.
Well, it's at least something. So I think we'll take it.
Something's
And,
better
we'll
than
bring it
nothing every time, isn't it?
That's what I've always said. Always said that.
You and my mother. My mother used to say it all the time too.
It's a little weird to compare to your mother, given. Never mind. Thank you, Cat.
That happened one time.
You're so right. I'm sorry.
We were both drunk, and I barely remember it, so it couldn't have been that good.
Oh well,
I'm not saying. My apologies, lass. Nothing about your performance. I'm saying sometimes two people just don't. They're not compatible, and it doesn't matter because it was a one-time drunken thing.
Well, I'll
Jared
see
has
you
already
later
started backing
when
out.
neither of us are drunk then, and I'll show you that I'm great.
I'll take you up on that.
First the book, and then she slams out the door.
And
Offense was taken.
It's just the camera lingers in the shop for a second, and he looks over at Donald and goes, "That's how it's done, Donald."
Oh, what? That was what done?
Who knows?
Oh, shutting the door.
As we're walking back, Jerry goes, "Sorry, Cass, I should never have mentioned that."
It was one time.
Yes, you're so right. I'm
Remember
sorry.
it.
What's with this interest in goblin tribes that you have?
I've got a friend who can. Well, it's prophecy, I guess. She said to save a goblin tribe. So, just wondering. Didn't give me any more information than that. So, just trying to find out some more information. I don't know if there are unintended goblins out there. Guess I could ask them, but they're kind of dangerous. So,
Yeah, having to save one is very interesting, but
it's I appreciate the concern. It's nothing to worry about at all.
if it's a question of you think your destiny might be, then it might be a matter of an opportunity falling into your lap, you know.
It's actually the opposite. It's about trying to avoid my destiny.
Oh. Very interesting.
Yeah, like I said, it's nothing to worry about. We don't need to get into it.
Alright.
All right. So, I mean, you guys have this one job on the table. It seems like that's the direction you're moving.
Yeah.
think so.
I mean,
I'll come back.
if we get back and present
Yeah.
that to the group, do they have any qualms?
So, Cadmir's got the job still. Valerian, I don't know if you're going to be able to show that tome to Anders. So, Cadmir thinks there might be some other books in the area.
He said
but
there
it's not-
probably will be.
It's not a guarantee, though, so it is a bit of a gamble.
This is a promising path, since most books would normally be within Ender's reach.
I
A
think it's
place like
official.
this is more
Why are you
like to
getting
hold
Ender's
new
book?
things. That I might apprentice under him and learn of his secrets.
Oh, that's exciting. It's great.
I mean,
Think-
I'm
like,
thrilled.
any day now, so
Perfect.
we should
path
probably
for you.
do this soon.
Yes, I imagine his time among us is short. And so we must hasten.
All right, I'll start packing.
Cool. All right. So, just as a reminder to make sure you guys remember, so you are making your way into Alarendale, which is the name of the forest, and there is a lake with ruins beside it. And so, among the ruins, there's said to be an ancient magical tome, contains secret spells or some such that that Cadmir is after. And so, your job is to go into those ruins and get the tome.
Cool.
And so I also say, because you guys would know this, so the forest is currently controlled by an elf named Sylvaris Thornshadow.
Mm-hmm.
And he leads a group of elven supremacists called the Darkspire Enclave.
Classic.
And they have taken control of the majority of the forest, but not all of it. And so that is one thing to keep in mind. And with that, you guys need to choose an approach.
I
What are you feeling?
honestly feel social. Let's see if we can like talk our way into the region. Right?
Is it like
Sure.
it's so the tome is in like ruins?
Yeah, as far as you know, it's supposed to be ruins.
Yeah.
Deep in the forest, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not quite the heart of the forest, but
Yeah.
but deep in the forest, yeah.
I mean, we're gonna pass by the shadow. What are they? The
Darkspire Enclave.
Darkspire Enclave. I feel like social. Get in, see if they can maybe even lead us to the ruins.
They are elven supremacists.
Do you have a better idea?
Yes.
Well-
I feel like they make stealth.
Anything other than I feel like unless Lyrian specifically leads all of the discussions, we aren't. They might just not like us just because I exist.
So yeah, this is a delightful kind of like zone of like how much world building has been built, how much can I even pretend I know versus like, is there a role that we want to use to inform a lore based type of thing here? Like, or should I just ask you, Johnny, like, what do I know or about my past relationships, my visits to the forest that might inform this, this discussion? Anything?
Yeah, so you would know a fair bit. So, you know that the Darkspire Enclave is an ancient order. That there is a belief, though it has been lost to history and is unsubstantiated, that the elves once ruled all of Izura, and every other race was subject to the elves. And so that is the idea that the Darkspire Enclave operates out of. Now, they would have a particular enmity for the Waking Root because the Waking Root is an inclusive group. And in the Waking Root, elves, halflings, dwarves, humans, everybody is together and equal. And so,
so they're Republicans. I guess
the Waking Root was started by elves. It was originally an elven group of elven druids, and so the Darkspire Enclave has a particular enmity for them. That said, they are not. They you would also know that they are actively at war with the tree folk and with things like that because they want to subjugate the tree folk and the fae. They're elven supremacists. They believe that every other race in the world should answer to the elves, and neither the fae nor the tree folk believe that is true. And so they are in active war with them for control of the forest.
Wow. So we would know that regardless of which angle we take, we're sort of entering into a contentious battleground of sorts.
And it's also worth reminding you guys that while they are at war with the Fae and the Tree Folk, that neither the Fae nor the Tree Folk would be friendly towards your party either.
Right. We would think of them by default as players, like these are monsters.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, all right. Cass, I would advise that anything other than directly approaching or speaking with these elves would be best. I certainly do not have a good way with them.
All right,
Straight
fine.
from the elf.
Look, I always just like trying to talk my way out of things rather than getting caught and having to explode a bunch of people. But
You say
fine.
explode a bunch of people?
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh, I didn't realize those were our dichotomy of options.
Yes, there are other options other than talking and exploding.
What?
It's quite possible to do your best to fully.
I'm kind of
even those
interested in seeing how the exploding goes. Honestly,
All
I
right.
think.
How do you all feel about trying our best not to be seen at all by the elves while we're in the forest?
This would be my first suggestion.
Sneaky, huh?
The elves may allow passage if we have purported business, which is important enough to warrant it. but we will still have many other things to deal with, as always.
If they let us pass, and why wouldn't we just try and talk to them then?
We must have a good reason. What reason do you have, Cass Brianbane?
I don't know. I'd come up with it when they caught us.
Yeah, personally.
Fine. We'll be sneaky this time.
I wonder if there's a lore role here, though, Johnny. Like, to inform what would be a good enough reason, for me at least, Lyran, to be persuaded, like, we have a chance at a cover here. If we go in, we talk to these elves and ask for passage. Like, what is our cover story? Because I could make something up, or I could, I don't know, ask you if that's where lore
there are
comes
a few things that I'll let you talk in 1 second, Justin. I'm sorry. There are a few things that would pass muster. It's not they are largely isolationist. They are supremacists, but they're not. They still recognize the need to trade with other nations and things like that. They're not trying to stop anyone from coming into the forest.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, like, if our assumption is that all of these overlords are immediately antagonistic, well, that like gets rid of a whole lot of engagement against them, right? Like, we only are limited then to a few. So like, social has to be on the table, whether or not these are isolationists or not. So like, if that's what we want to go with, we can choose that. It just sets the tone for how we're going about this mission.
Yeah.
So do we say no role required in this case, and I just suggest something in character?
Yeah, I don't think there's a role required there. I mean, I think I will say too, because I think this would be kind of general knowledge, especially for Lyrian. And I don't want to tell you guys not to choose an approach. That's not my goal here. But I think you would recognize that based on the arguments that you've made thus far, stealth is almost as bad of an option as social in a lot of ways, maybe a worse option, because you are not going to get past the Darkspear Enclave. They're going to see you. And then that's just going to make it look worse when they do.
That was my thought. It's like, we're going to get caught. If they catch us and we haven't like parlayed with them and like gotten permission, that is way worse than just trying.
So then are we planning on telling them something other than the real reason we're going in there? Because deception's another approach.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think we'd want to tell them the real reason, because if we tell them that there is a magical artifact in their forest, they're gonna go, no, that's ours.
So then even though it should always be on the table in that sense, and I don't think we can choose social if that's what we're trying to do.
We can,
because deception's another option.
Social doesn't mean you can't lie. It just means that you didn't choose deception, and you're gonna choose. I would just
but I feel like that's what we're trying to do, and pretty obviously deception is like the most sensible choice in that sense.
Here's why I would want to parlay with them a little bit. It sounds like, Lyrian, that they're perhaps gearing up for war. Perhaps they need help as well. And perhaps an isolationist group like the Enclave would be willing to let non-elves be fodder for their war and do a job for them in exchange for letting us pass through and look for what we're looking for.
Are you suggesting becoming temporary mercenary hands for these supremacists?
I'm saying they must have something that they want done that they're not willing to risk their own people for.
Most of that would likely fall in the category of violence.
Oh, again, exploding people, I'm fine with that.
As we've been playing around with picking our approach to this, Pellis has just been grabbing various holy symbols from the different altars. Like we were talking about sneaking in, so he grabbed something from Luion's, the goddess of darkness, and he was like, all right, this is gonna be good. And then they were like, oh, we're not doing that. And he's like, okay. And then he went back and he's like, go there.
Ooh, I don't know. Johnny, there's an angle. What are the religious commitments of this enclave?
Yeah, so they are so most people in the world worship the core 9. There's the 9 chief gods, and then there's their children, who I have not listed for you guys because I haven't come up with them. You guys can come up with children if you want to. But there's cross domains and demigods and lower gods and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, these people they worship Theane, the goddess of the wild, and Gorgod, the god of war.
Okay.
I say we go
wonder-
social.
Yeah, that's
I think
fine.
we can. I think we can talk our way in, and that seems the only other real option. Seems like assault, just like go in without any permission at all, and that seems like a real bad option.
I don't know. It seems like a fun
Yeah.
option.
Also,
I'm
just,
fine
just
with
as a
it as far as
reminder,
our choice as players. I just know my character is going to be arguing with Cass the whole way there about
Oh,
not
I love
offering
that.
to just go beat up people or kill people. But we have to go to an ad break.
yeah. So it sounds like probably social, but we will make a final decision at the beginning of our next episode. But for now, we need to take a break. We need to step away. For those of you watching live, we will be back in about 20 minutes at the 40 mark, whatever the hour is for you. You figure that out, but at the 40 mark. and then for those of you listening, we will be back next week and we will start this job.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Hello. Welcome. Episode 4 of Tales of Azura, our Heroes by Hearthlight actual play podcast by media.
It's doing that thing again, Justin. You got to give it like a little bit
Still?
more of a beat before you start
That's crazy. I already gave it a beat. I have to
I
give
think
it
you
more.
also need us to say something back at you to let you know that you did it wrong, and only then do you sound perfectly normal to us. I don't know why that is. It's such a curse.
Annoying. I gave it a beat. I turned the music down. Then I literally that's ridiculous. I'm frustrated.
Sorry.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 4 of Tales of Azura, Dustfire Media's Heroes by Hearthlight actual play podcast. I have a question for you all, which is, if you were a fantasy class, what fantasy class do you think you would be?
Oh, so let me clarify this question a little bit because I think it could go two different directions with the way it gets answered. Are you asking, as who we are right now, if we were to take our actual stats and move them over to a fantasy class, what class would we be as who we are now? Or
not just
what class
stats,
we
but
want to be?
The first one, I think, is more fun.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people that I have trouble pegging myself down. So toss in your ideas. If I'm like, I don't know what I'd be. You'd be like, Justin's definitely a ranger.
I don't think you're a ranger. I have too much.
I'm not a
respect
ranger.
for you.
Oh, dang. That's tough. That's tough.
Fired.
Yeah, we have opinions at this table.
That's a good question. I think. And are we going with the classes in this game in Heroes by Hearthlight, or are we going?
Yeah, classic D&D classes.
Okay, so not the classes in Heroes by Hearthlight.
Well, they're basically
they're
5e. They're the 5e classes.
Different. Well, because the reason I'm asking is because there are subclasses once you get into other games that
I'm just talking
redefine what you're.
I'm talking the bigger class overall.
Okay.
The subclasses at level 3.
I think sorcerer is probably what I would be.
Oh, I could see very ingenuitous.
Well, I think not so much in that direction.
Okay.
So much as, I think, in real life, especially a wild magic sorcerer, where I feel like for whatever reason I have gotten lucky in life where I tend to have a pretty high degree of natural skill in other things that people need to spend a lot of time working on. So the spell, in D&D terms, the spells that a wizard has to work to learn, a sorcerer can just do naturally.
Yeah.
And I think
I love it.
That's what I would be. Nick, I think you are muted.
I've been talking this whole time.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no! Oh no!
Love letters never sent.
Anyway, that's exactly where my mind went for Johnny, was sorcerer, because of the natural talent he just seems to exude. So
maybe a halfling sorcerer.
Well,
that's my favorite. That's my favorite way to play a sorcerer when I'm actually playing D&D.
I can see that.
I've always looked at Johnny and thought, this guy's a halfling, at heart.
Classic.
I'm playing as a halfling sorcerer in our Pathfinder campaign.
He is.
Me too. I'm playing one right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
In D&D, I like playing a halfling sorcerer, wild magic with luck as a feat, because then I can just re-roll everything that ever happens to
everything.
me.
Yep. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, literally never run out of it. I said wizard. I don't know if that came across.
It did not, but I agree 100%.
Yeah,
I agree.
So I was
I agree.
that whole time.
Yeah.
Tell us more though. I want to hear about the connection to wizard.
So it's the equal but opposite reason that Johnny had. I think I don't have any talent, but when I work at things, I usually get pretty good at them.
You acquire your talent very successively through.
No, you mean
training
you less natural talent is what you're saying, but you're able to
But I'm naturally good at learning things.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm good at anything. I don't think I've ever been good at anything automatically. I think
Just like, wow. Yeah,
I
it just
just
comes to
learned
me.
how to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that.
So
I just like scrolling, I'm scrolling through the Heroes by Hearthlight stuff. And I do feel like the words force and mayhem, which are a part of the exposition for sorcerer, like a chaotic and gifted heir, do fit Johnny. I just want to say that as far as the language used and stuff in this.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to go to wizard just out of
oh
curiosity.
no, because I know
Invented
if you want to be
mages.
the smartest person in the room, and I don't want to be.
Yeah.
I
You
did.
just
That
are.
was a
It's-
character flaw. It's not
Yeah.
true.
We get it. We
Intelligence
get it.
is not a linear
Doesn't have to be
scale.
full
now that you've
present
gotten
tense
there,
flaw.
you don't want it anymore because you have it.
You are the
right.
smartest person.
Yeah,
No.
that's pretty cool.
Steve always gives me monk vibes.
100%, yeah.
Monk.
I did
vibe.
seriously consider becoming a monk
Yeah.
in a couple ways.
But even now, you're just like
so-
a very calming presence. Like you have a good head on your shoulders.
You constantly seem just very wise. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and incredibly
Mm.
thoughtful.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, y'all. I
That's
feel
all kind of cleric-y at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. As I was wondering if you guys were gonna suggest cleric, the seeking truth, the supporting others piece, at least as highlighted in the language of Heroes by Hearthlight. The monk, as they frame it, is focused on excelling at like mental and physical discipline.
I still,
And,
I
like,
that feels
yeah.
like you, honestly.
Yeah,
like
I was
as
gonna
long as
say.
I've known you, you're a very like structured, disciplined person. But it was
Mhm.
always that sort of like quasi spiritual bent to it, right?
Mm,
It was
Yeah.
never just like, yeah, I don't know. I think
And I don't know if I know anyone who is as dedicated to like learning and self-improvement as you are.
Agreed.
I appreciate it, y'all. I will wear the monk as a badge, though that would not be a very monk thing to do. Like here's my monk
Belt.
badge. But they
Wear the monk
they
belt.
do have other signifiers,
I
like
think,
wearing
yeah.
very obvious outfits that are like, I am clearly different and not of the world.
Have you noticed how spiritual I am?
Look at my
Look at how
Right,
few possessions
right,
I own.
Like that.
Notice
That
how
is a-
few things I own.
not to brag, but I have.
Am I not
nothing.
incredibly
Not
humble?
Look how humble I am.
And if Danny's not a bard, I'll eat my computer.
I was gonna say I feel like I'm just a bard.
I do want
Just
Dustin to
a
eat his
bard.
computer though.
No, there's no
I would
such
eat
thing
an
as
entire horse if we thought anything other than that.
yeah.
Can I?
I don't know,
Ironically,
guys,
never
just
seen him play the bard.
So
It would just be Danny.
I'm
be like you
torn
playing
on
a
this.
wizard.
Yeah.
What are you torn on, Steve?
So Danny does have bard vibes for me, but I also feel like there's a complexity that a lot of like bard archetypes don't capture. And I'm trying to figure out what that is, or if it's something that is even transposable into these classes, because classes
you also
are sort of
think-
reductionism, you know?
Yeah,
It is reduction. I was gonna say, do you also think it is a flaw of what the bard archetype has become in D&D?
It could
Right?
be.
Because like
It
I'm
could
with
be,
you. Like
yeah.
everyone plays it kind of goofy, no seriousness. But
Yeah,
you're right,
like
Danny
Danny's
has
a
that.
bard of substance.
and
like
really
Yaskier.
any character you should play should have some
Yeah.
substance, even a bard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
just real quick, gotta shout out the fact that like in D&D and Pathfinder, bards get shit on a ton for being like a goofy class, and that's the way a lot of people
Yeah.
play them. But
Mhm.
like outside of clerics, there is not a more important support player in a party than a
It's
bard.
true. They can do just about everything.
Mhm.
And usually
Pretty
better
cool.
than anyone else. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like, just for funsies though, using the language of Heroes by Hearthlight, I kind of feel this applies to Danny, the druid descriptor, at using surroundings and
Oh.
adapting to what is needed.
Oh, Danny is very
Oh.
quick
Yeah.
on his feet. I agree with you. Yeah.
Like, I feel like you are resourceful, adaptable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Warlock also fits because he recently sold his soul to Baphomet.
Yes,
Oh,
he did
yeah.
do that.
Did you guys
We
not
don't-
hear about that?
We don't usually talk about that on the
Yeah.
pod, but Danny is a minion
Yeah.
of Satan.
Oh, okay.
I've yet to reveal to Justin the pentacle that I drew beneath his 4th floorboards.
Pentacle. Interesting. I'm assuming that's some sort of pentagram tentacle.
It's just another name for pentagram.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought it was specifically like in tarot or whatever, isn't it? Isn't it like the coin that has the symbol on it?
So technically, a pentagram isn't it just the star, but it's a pentacle if it has a circle around it, which people
The thing that we think of as
commonly
pentagram that we use colloquially as a pentagram is a pentacle, and pentagram is technically an upside down star.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Cool. We are getting so learned over time, are we not?
Thank you for selling your soul to Baphomet and teaching us.
Yeah, that really enlightened us, Danny. I'd say it was worth whatever price you paid.
Honestly, when I was scrolling through while you guys were having this conversation, I was like, man, I wish I was a warlock or a berserker, but I'm not.
I mean, warlock, you just make that choice, and you are.
Yeah, true. That's a nice thing about with warlocks. Anyone can be one.
Did you say what you would be, Danny? Or not Danny, Justin?
I don't know. I have trouble with these questions. I chose
Chose the
Wanna
question.
give us.
because I want to know what you all think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm now looking at the words that they use in Heroes by Hearthlight. Let's see. I'm just a guy, you know.
Just a big
No.
Just a
Well,
guy.
I think for very similar reasons as like Danny being a druid, I think similar, but it's like equal but opposite again. I think would also be a druid.
I do resonate with the cleric.
Oh,
The cleric
Mhm.
words a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like conflict.
Yeah, yeah. You are also
Yeah.
very insightful and compassionate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an aspect of what Nick described of himself that is true of you as well.
Hmm.
Like I see you as a person who just puts in work
Really?
to like figure the thing out.
Wow.
And like that was true when we studied ancient Greek together. And I feel like it's true in a lot of the professional work you've done. So you are like a doer who like could just pushes things across that line through like what is the like minimum viable path that we must take to learn something and
Yeah.
progress.
Yeah.
And you keep doing that.
You know what?
So
You know what, Justin? You're 4 from Divergent. You want to be all the classes at once. You get them all
Yes,
tattooed on your
there we
back.
go. And now I'm caught in a love triangle.
Oh, shucks.
Oh,
no.
man.
oops.
Ugh.
More interesting self-disclosure on the show.
Oh yeah, that was not a joke. I'm caught in a love triangle.
Yeah.
They threw a net at me, and now I can't get out.
No, I can't get out.
help
Oh
me!
my goodness, we need to create a spoof context where we can use magical items like the love triangle, which is literally a triangle that has magic that
triangle
you throw
that
at
you
somebody and
I
you
mean,
play it. Yeah,
Johnny
makes
just
them.
has to. He's just got to create it, right? Like we get
Yeah.
magic items eventually.
Also, let me say that's this will be a great transition because not only are we pursuing a magical item in this next adventure you guys are about to embark on, but I want to give you guys feel free to pitch magical items to me if you want to.
Yeah.
If you want to have a magical item, whether it be a piece of loot or something that you want to pursue, I think that could be a ton of fun. So pitch magical items to me,
Okay.
and I will see what I can do for you guys.
Also, crafting's a thing in this game, and this says you can either craft items or spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can create spells. Correct. I forget about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The spell list is very fun in this game, but it is kind of short. So that is, I think,
It is.
going
Yeah.
to happen.
I think it's probably intentionally short, so that way you can kind of create your own.
Yeah. A spell called Breaking Wind, where an enemy can't stop farting. Anyways.
That'd be the worst.
It's really good.
Let's jump into it, guys. You ready?
Okay.
So ready.
So where last
Something-
we left off, we had decided, your party had decided to take on a job for your friend Cadmere to go and find an ancient magical tome in the ruins of Alarendale, the forest region. And we talked a little bit about the challenges, the dangers that you might face making your way into Alarendale. And there's also the issue of Lyrian looking for a book that Anders the librarian in Hilltop, has never seen before. And so that is the quest that, with kind of two purposes that you are embarking on. And where we left off, you were trying to choose your approach. And I don't think that we fully settled on an approach. So let's jump back into it and finally decide what our approach is going to be.
Assault.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, or rather, I wanted y'all to clarify, y'all who were talking in the previous episode about our approach. What are we planning on talking to the? Forgot the name of the Elven faction, but what are we planning on?
The Darkspire
Telling
Enclave.
the elves. What are we planning on telling the Enclave when we get to them?
So, I have a new suggestion. Regardless of whether it implies a difference in approach between, I think, but we're kind of down to deception or social. I would suggest that we pretend to be on a scholarly expedition on behalf of the Waking Root, since the Waking Root is a group that all of you could pretend to be a part of without any sort of different signifiers changing anything, being any different way than the way you are.
We don't need
And
to cut our
because
noses
I
off.
have been there, sent to every conceivable region that is safe enough to go to for centuries on exactly those types of expeditions.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not they will be interested in it, there could be an added layer, where it's like,
Sure.
sweeten the deal, Cass
Yep.
throws in something, whatever.
Yep.
Whatever happens,
I-
happens. But
I'm
I
on
just
board.
think that's a baseline premise that Lyrian would assent to, that is
Yeah.
not, let's just go kill people for these people so that we can get a book.
Yeah. I'm honestly, so like, I don't want to overplan. I'm on board with that. I think that
Cool.
sounds like
Yeah.
a really good idea.
Yeah, I
Great.
was going to say that sounds like about as much planning as you guys should do. I think that's a good,
Great.
Yeah.
good place to jump
And so
into.
then in that case, then I feel like, because looking at the details of each approach, either social or deception. With social, you're looking for your point of connection,
Mhm.
and with deception, you're looking for the method
For the
of
deception.
deceiving.
Yeah.
The
And so
methods
it sounds
and
like
this-
your detail would be that you are acting as a fully representatives of the Waking Root.
correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I dig it.
All right, so loadouts. You guys are going to choose between discreet or conspicuous.
If we're scholars, I'm gonna go discreet.
Yeah, same.
I'm thinking maybe the Waking Root needs muscle to protect them. So I feel like
Sure.
I could get away with
Yeah, you might be
bringing
able
my
to, yeah.
full armor.
Yeah.
Going what's the
These are
word?
dark times.
Conspicuous.
Yeah.
How much load is it again? Sorry.
For
Four.
conspicuous or for
Yes.
discreet? For conspicuous, you get 6 load.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Conspicuous,
Conspicuous is 4. Discreet is 4.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go conspicuous.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're going to go through our advantages and disadvantages. So, is this plan particularly bold or daring? Take plus 1d. Is the operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? Minus 1d. What do you guys think?
I don't think it's that
I
contingent.
feel like maybe it's not that contingent. I think it's kind of bold of us to try to deceive the Enclave.
They are, as I'm picturing them, quite discerning. So yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like it's quite risky. Not that we're doing something extraordinarily or needlessly risky as a way of getting in. But
Yeah. I don't think it's contingent on a lot of factors. It's basically just contingent on
Yeah.
whether or not they believe us.
Yeah. No, I think we'll say you guys get one die, and we won't take one away. And then, does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I'm going to say no to this one. I don't think
No.
so.
Yeah.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations?
It sounds like they would have been strongest against stealth per your earlier description.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that they're particularly strong against this approach unless you end up coming against their leader immediately, which probably won't happen. But it's possible. We'll see what happens with the engagement roll. But for now, we'll say no. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Let me double check something here. This is a maybe in my head, but if you guys think of anything.
Does contacts have to be our literal contacts? Okay.
Yeah.
Then
You can't like make someone up.
We can't like
I'm gonna
otherwise we
say-
would just pick someone every time.
yeah, I'm gonna say no for Lyrian.
Yeah, I think it's probably no for everyone. Pellis?
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized as part of load, we're supposed to declare any like conspicuous items.
Oh yeah, if you have any heavy items that you're bringing.
Yeah, I'm going to be bringing my longbow.
Okay.
And that is 2 loads. So
Cool.
I have to say.
Yeah, thank you for saying so. And Jared, you're bringing your
And
armor with
obviously,
you, right?
I'm wearing my armor. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's the only heavy item that I need to declare. The
Okay.
bandolier isn't a heavy item, right? It just has 2 slots or is it? Is the bandolier a heavy item?
The bandolier heavy?
If you use both slots, I get maybe
Double check.
you can optionally use 2 slots for the bandolier.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
have
that.
a bandolier. It doesn't like give heavy, you know.
So it's not no. So it just means that
Okay.
you could bring 2 bandoliers.
I
essentially.
think what I will
Okay.
say for our purposes is if you are wanting to get 6 bandolier uses, you need to declare it as a heavy item, bringing 2 bandoliers.
fair.
But
Okay, yeah.
if you don't want to tie yourself to the bandolier with 6 uses, then you don't need to declare it.
Yeah, I won't
Sure.
declare it then. I'll just declare the heavy armor.
Cool.
Yeah, and so in the flip side of what I just said is that if you don't declare the bandolier, you can only use 1 bandolier on the.
Yeah.
I mean, I would push back on that because it does say specifically 1 load in the game, and 1 load items are not.
Right, and so like
Don't need to be
I
declared.
understand what you're saying, and I'm just saying like because it's 1, but like most other 1 load things don't have 2 slots for you to use them twice.
I mean, some of them do, like climbing kit. Unless, wait,
I think
is that
climbing
2?
kit is just
Oh, well.
2. Is just 2
It
loads.
is 2 load. You're right. Yeah, it is a little confusing for sure.
I'm gonna rule that
All right.
it's if you want to have 2, you have to declare it as a heavy item.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. So,
I have
none
a
of your
question that informs the load decision. So like I indexed when we chose skills on volley,
Mhm.
and my like thinking around that was that like if someone indexes in volley, they need to have some form of ranged attack. I don't know if that's true or not, but like, does that mean I need to have a ranged weapon, which means I need to declare a 2 slot or 2 load item to like benefit from my volley skill? Or could it be like,
Throwing stuff would be volley too.
Yeah. Throwing stuff would be volley.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I would say too, like if you have, if you were like a blade as a weapon that
Yeah.
you chose,
throwing
use it,
knives,
you
a
could use that,
slingshot, like anything
you throw
that would still be fine, right?
Yeah.
Like ranged weapon does not always mean large range weapon, but that could have been written here, so to speak.
right.
Like,
I do
Okay,
have a question kind of on that as well too. Would a like hand pistol be a ranged weapon, or would you consider that a hand weapon?
I would call it. I mean, for the purposes of our
mhm.
playbooks here, we'll call it a hand weapon that happens to have range.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
I think
Is my scythe a ranged weapon? Is the mechanical question that we will need to resolve before I use it, I guess, as a weapon.
You also have
but
the.
it is a heavy weapon. Is how I would define your scythe.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yeah. You
Then I
also
shall
have
not
if, you,
bring
if
my
you're looking for a
scythe.
range attack option, Steve. You also have your missile rote spell,
That's true.
which can just be used over and over again.
All right. Cool. I will leave my scythe at home, y'all.
Oh.
I'm going to try to be more discreet and not seem like a scythe
We're
carrying
scholars.
person right now.
Brings a giant scythe.
You can cover that story, but we won't.
So none of your friends or contacts can provide aid. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in the operation?
That's up to you.
Not that I know.
Considered the Enclave rivals yet, right?
They're not yet. I mean, they are, but they're enemies. They're
Yeah.
Are the mechanical rivals not declared yet, right?
Not yet.
yeah. I mean, like
They're about to be in 10 words.
technically, all 5 of the enemy factions are rivals. If any of them is doing anything to interfere, it counts as a rival interfering. But you just don't have like wrath or ire with the forest faction. Yeah.
Yep.
That said, I think this is a no as well. And then, are there any other elements you want to consider? Maybe a lower tier target will give you plus 1d. They are not a lower tier target. They are the same. You guys are the same tier.
Okay.
Environmental hazards and overlord abilities can also affect the engagement roll. And I do think that the fact that you are walking into a situation where there are 3 armies that are at war with one another, and all of them are your enemies, is going to pull a dice away. Which puts us at 0 for the engagement roll.
Makes sense to me.
Good.
Good. Yes. Pain. Please.
So you want to do this engagement roll for us?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't blame me. Don't blame me.
We might. Oh, we won't.
That's 2 6s.
Wow.
Oh.
You are encumbered at 7 or more, Nick.
Yeah. Nick posted in their private chat asking.
Yeah, quick question.
About load stuff.
Yeah, and at 9, you can't move. I think
you just can't carry more than.
You just can't carry more than 9.
Yeah.
And for listeners, when you are oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, encumbered doesn't mean you can't move. It just means you can't do anything like super physical, like climb, run, or swim.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you just can't carry more than 9 boxes worth of load. At 7, you can't. You are encumbered, which means you can no longer climb, run, or swim. Yep.
Correct.
All right. 6. Good result. You are in a controlled position when the action starts.
Nice.
Yeah, we have.
So do you guys have any last bits of preparation you want to do before you make your way to Alarendale?
I think Palace just brings some iconography of Firin, because we're recovering some lost knowledge. I think she'd have an interest in that, and ask for her blessing. And then I think that might be it. No, I think he'd also probably bring some iconography of the goddess of the wild for just like safe passage and her blessings. So,
oh wait, critical. Sorry, I just totally skipped over.
No, not a critical, because we rolled 2 and took the lower.
But you still rolled 2 6s, right?
That's you can't crit when you're rolling 0 dice.
Okay, that's stupid.
I think it makes sense.
I also think it makes sense because you're not technically rolling any dice.
I know. I just wanted to be nice to you guys. Sorry, I'll be mean instead.
No, be mean.
I will never be kind to any of you again.
Whoa,
right.
wait.
Hey, that's not what I said.
All right, you guys make your way to Alarendale, and when you reach the forest, you make your way in. You're maybe 20 meters into the forest, and to help the audience picture what we're looking at, the forest here is kind of an underground forest. There's like a grade that you need to descend to move onto the forest floor, and it is not so much that it covers up the light. Sunlight still makes its way down here, but there's earth that kind of goes over the forest, and there's like these, it's like craggy scars in the earth, and the forest is beneath these openings. And so within reason, things can walk above the forest. There's things of a certain weight might bring down some of these bits of earth, which has happened in some places, but for the most part, there's this irregular canopy above the forest, and some places it's wider than others. And so most of the forest is still verdant and light, but there are sections of the forest that are a deep, dark, and the forest itself takes on kind of a different nature. And so as you guys make your way into the forest, you get about 20 meters in when you begin to hear rustling in the trees. And now, again, these trees are massive. It is, there are smaller, like oaks and elms and things throughout the forest as well, but there are a lot of this forest is these gigantic conifers, very similar to redwoods in our world, just absolutely massive, hundreds of feet tall. And you hear this rustling in the trees above you, and if you look up, you see a group of elves sliding, using these climbing apparatus to keep themselves attached to the trees, but sliding down rapidly. And they reach the forest floor. And one of them steps forward and says, "What business have you in a Lauderdale?"
Study.
Study
On
of
behalf
what?
of the waking root.
Your lack of a nose gave that much away. What are you here to study?
Diseases which have spread from some of the tree folk here, even into the savannah.
The rot has spread into the grasslands.
Some strains indicate as much. But it is prudent to study things closer to the source, in the most intense places of sickness. Would you not agree?
No, I would. And you've been in the forest before.
I have. I am called Lyrian, if this name is familiar.
Lyrian. I know it not, but... And he touches his forehead and with two fingers and then points them towards you. Make your way. Just do not go where you are not wanted.
Understood.
And you notice, too, throughout this conversation, he's been making eye contact with Lyrian, and you know that they've obviously seen all of you, but he has not addressed anyone other than Lyrian, and the other elves that are with him are eyeing the rest of you with dark suspicion.
Fair.
Sorry,
I don't know if this is a lore roll or if it's something you think you'd grant. I already know, Johnny, but are the ruins sort of an obvious place? I know that it's obvious in the sense that if they were watching us, they would know this is not the place where you study disease related to trees and other things. But is it also obvious to us that that would be designated as a place not to go, just generally?
I was just about to ask that in character.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I
If
think
Cass wouldn't shut up, then yeah.
I would not.
Yeah.
Sorry, just so we're all aware, where are we not supposed to go?
Let's see.
I think knowing the danger of Cass's interjection, her eyes would sort of flash yellow at you and look just like, apologies.
Yeah, this elf kind of like his eyes like flash to Cass, and his lip goes up in a little sneer, and then he looks back at Lyrian.
I will ensure that they understand.
Simply do not enter the sacred groves, and do not make your way to the city. The tower is not for their kind.
Of course.
Going no groves, no cities. Check.
As you step away, he will call out to you one more time. Lyrian of the Waking Root.
Yes.
You will not be watched. But see that you keep your friends in line.
Of course.
As we turned to like receive this final warning, I think Palace will take out a religious symbol of Theane, and we'll do like a little like hand motion, like blessing towards them, and then just like turn around and leave.
Yeah, you do that, and you hear one of the others kind of mutter, "Oh God," and then you hear maybe the same one, maybe a different one, just spit on the ground after you.
Solid attempt at public relations there, but
well, I mean, you guys are coming into this in a controlled position, so now.
Well, I just wanted to be their reaction on that.
Yeah. You have some freedom here to move forward towards to find the lake and to find the ruins. Relatively
interesting how such a group with such superior thoughts of themselves has such a similar view of the Pantheon as some in our city. I find it quite blasphemous to claim you own any sort of relationship with any of the gods.
Did you say that in their presence?
No, I said it after we left.
Yeah. Okay, just making sure.
He's just making an observation.
Yeah.
And he thinks it's funny that it is similar to how some people view the gods in town.
Indeed, there is much more in common than not between all living things.
It is funny how they focus on what is different.
A weakness, I would submit.
I would agree.
I agree with Illyrian. There's assholes in Hilltop. They're assholes as well.
Yes,
I
I did
think
not
that's
say.
a simpler
I would
way
not
to say it.
say in this wood.
They said they weren't following us.
And they probably lied.
I mean, we lied too.
But there are more than elves listening to our words, Cass.
Almost in response to that, there's like a deep rumbling that comes from some of the trees nearby.
The trees are cool. We're cool with the trees, As I'm sure Theane would agree, The forest folk are blessed creatures. Palace is just like looking around nervously.
Nervously. Yeah.
It's like,
I think Lyrian just sighs. She leads the group further into the wood.
We're looking for a lake, right?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
But you must allow me some pretense. I will try my best to follow a pattern of trees which seem more sickly, as we also keep eyes out for the lake.
smart.
Yeah. I mean, so you guys are heading. Do you try to make your way straight for the lake? And
I think I take a deliberately meandering path at the beginning.
Okay.
Just in case the words of the elves are not true. Or in case there are still some close enough by, especially at the beginning of our journey.
Cool. So, I mean, as you're making your way, I'm assuming that you guys kind of spent some time making a plan for your path before you came into the forest. Or did you not?
I think Lyrian would have at least intimated or suggested some things about what they should expect, depending on their varying degrees of familiarity with the wood.
Okay. I would love a roll here. This is to see how well Lyrian is able to navigate and lead navigation of the wood. The threat is that you get lost and end up somewhere you didn't intend to be.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we have dowsing rods for this?
we do have dowsing rods to locate water, but depending on our knowledge of the specific area and how far away the lake is, it's possible to just be led to the wrong water, I imagine.
Oh,
unless there's-
100%.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remembered us mentioning that, and I was like, that'd be
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
It also helps with sources of magic, so that kind of slightly works in our favor. If we could find a strong signal towards an area that's both maybe water and magic, but I don't know how like nuanced a dowsing rod is. If it's just
I
like
think it would be a thing where you'd have to like decide what
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So either which way, I think this is survival more than lore, because I think I associate lore with like specific history or memory of like if I have been in the like all these paths. You know? Whereas this is more like an intuiting and picking up clues from new information. So I'm going to go survival.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be risky standard.
Okay. I have 2 pips. I'm trying to figure out if there's any other benefit to take into account since we're so new to this system.
Well, you consider that. Jared. So were there any of the deities in particular that you worshipped in Larkhold?
Give me a second while I pull up the cheat sheet that Johnny sent us.
I understand.
Yes, let me just
Yeah,
think.
it can be hard to keep track of
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
the main deities.
Viren was a very commonly worshipped god in Larkhold, given values that the city held close.
So did you have?
Specific-
Yeah.
Mhm.
What about you?
I specifically didn't find any allegiance with one god in particular. I enjoyed learning about all of them. Now my allegiance first and foremost is just to Larkhold.
I will just roll 2d6.
Okay.
5.
5. All right. So that is payroll. Suffer a reduced consequence. So you find yourselves in an area, the trees around you begin to thin out, and then you find yourselves stepping into a clearing. And as you step into this clearing, you notice that there are spots all around the forest floor where it seems like shallowly rooted trees were pulled up suddenly. Lyrian, I mean, you in particular, having spent time in this area, would recognize these as the footprints, or the first footprints of when tree folk pull out of the ground after they've slept.
Lyrian will raise a hand and signal to sort of pause the group.
What is it?
What do your elf eyes see?
We need to probably limit those
Necessary
references too in this campaign because it's going to come up a lot. Not that it's not fun, because it's super fun, but I feel like we could need boundaries eventually around Lord of the Rings references.
I think the rule should be we all get unlimited Lord of the Rings references.
Well,
To make sure that we fully delight in high fantasy.
I already used my one Divergent reference. So.
Yeah.
I think that's the one that we get. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're not halflings anymore. You're hobbits.
No.
Just kidding. Those are
All right.
jokes.
So you're
Lyrian-
surrounded by ents.
Legally distinct but similar tree folk.
So Lyrian says, freshly awakened tree folk,
Yep.
proceed with caution.
Yeah, Jared draws his sword.
Ooh. Interesting response. You hear a deep wooden rumble come from the trees around you again, and you hear that rumble start echoing throughout the forest as it goes away from you.
Jared, maybe put that away.
Yeah, put that
I
back.
don't think they
for
like
sure.
that.
That was not good.
It's all like an axe.
We're sorry.
You say axe, and the rumbling intensifies.
I was
No, he's just an idiot. Ignore him. We're not here to hurt any trees.
Jared will resheathe the sword with caution, but keeps his hand on the handle, the hilt.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so you guys are in this clearing, and as far as you can tell, still like you've gone on this meandering path to try and see if the enclave is following you, and it doesn't seem like there's anything untoward. It doesn't seem like they've lied to you about not being watched, at least by them.
I feel like at this point, then, Lyrian will say, I believe we can use the dowsing rod now, unless there's another way we wish to find our place.
No, I have no idea where we are. So,
Seems like the easiest thing to me.
yeah, definitely the best option. Is that tree rot like a real thing? Should I try to heal the trees? Can I do that?
Lyrian smiles, which is, I want to say, rare.
Probably also very disconcerting too on that scraggly face.
With no nose. Just really want to hammer that in for the audience.
It is hard, I imagine, to smile in a way that isn't interpreted as like threatening or menacing. Yeah, but it's all a matter of perspective and the eye
I
of the
think that was
beholder. I
pretty
guess.
unfazed. I don't think
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
too affecting. But what were you going to say?
So I think Lyrian says, it is something I have had tried for 2 centuries. But as things have worsened, I abandoned my course. You are welcome to try things that are gentle, let us say.
Okay.
As your curiosity suits you.
If we find any trees, I'd maybe point them out to me and I can try.
Very well.
We'll see what Dystall allows.
I'm assuming I'll do the dowsing rod.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if folks are just waiting.
I think
for me
everyone
to-
agreed.
I've been sort of taking the point.
Just do it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll mark that on loadout, and I don't know how the mechanical use works.
I think you just start using them.
You just have
And
it.
if Johnny thinks that there's a danger or a
Cool.
threat, he makes your roll.
I'm just gonna actually look up a picture of a dowsing rod. I think
They're
if it's
like
what I think it
two
is.
metal sticks.
Kinda
with
like
a right
tuning
angle.
fork, right?
A tuning fork is a fork with 2 prongs of various thickness.
What's a spork then?
A tuning sport.
Yeah, they're 2 sticks that you and you hold in front.
You don't claim.
Yeah,
They're like
Okay.
L-shaped sticks.
I
You let 'em
see.
sort of
So
go
the idea
towards
is
and
that you're
wait.
supposed to theoretically be able to detect electrical differences in the atmosphere through the
Interesting.
presence of water. So, I was just wondering, what is the thing I should do with these? What am I? So, yeah, I lift up these 2 fine little pieces of metal, and hold them out, and Lyrian pauses and listens for a moment, and then starts taking a direction within the clearing towards where it seems like this sort of sense of greatest energy.
Yeah. I do think that there is going to be another role here. With using the dowsing rods. I think there are a couple of potential threats that could come up depending on what you choose to a degree and what you roll.
Okay.
But I think that the threats would be, again, continuing in the wrong direction, or that the magic of the dowsing rods, the process of tapping into something other, draws unwanted attention from the Fae.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I feel like am I rolling now then, Johnny?
You're gonna choose. I mean, I think I will say like you choose obviously what you're gonna roll, and I think like depending on what you roll, you might not have to end up dealing with both of those consequences. But
You could also add a die and take both those threats.
I want to focus my effort on accuracy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if that changes the nature of things for you, but I'd like to lean into perception.
Yeah. No, that's great.
Regardless of the cause of magical disturbance.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. So I think in this particular instance, then, I am gonna still say it's risky standard.
Okay. I have 2 pips in perception. I would like to not mess this up. What is the equivalent of gambit? Don't we have something like that?
Advantage. You guys have 4 advantage at the start of the.
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to use.
Well,
one
I
of
believe
those.
we have 5 since we
5.
chose shrine, right?
Yep.
Oh yes, you're right.
Oh, yeah. I would like to use one of those. And if I'm correct, I can translate that into another die. Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
All right.
Again, you
And
can
here
also
comes
add another die and add a threat.
Not yet. Not I. Cast Bryant Bane.
All right. Okay.
5.
Okay. I'm going to use one of my doom and give you the advantage that you just used back to make you fail.
Okay.
Okay. Very
Whoa.
interesting.
And that's how you use Doom.
Yeah. Welcome to Doom.
You can also resist consequences of failure.
You can push yourself to resist that.
By
Whatever
pushing.
the consequence will be.
No, I'm too interested.
All right.
So
All right.
I will not push back against this.
Yeah. So the dowsing rods begin moving as you start to follow them, and they begin moving in unpredictable ways. And
Whoa.
so you're following, but they stop at a certain point. They stop pointing in a consistent direction, and you think initially maybe that it's that you're not going in the right direction. So you start trying to adjust course, but the dowsing rods continue to get crazier and crazier as you begin walking through the wood until you find your way to a deeply covered area where the canopy above makes this area very dark. Like you can barely see in front of you. It is like the dead of night during a new moon down here. And you begin to hear things running around you on the ground.
Oh, what is that?
And then you hear skittering in the trees.
Oh.
Let's say, what is that out loud?
Yeah, that is.
When Pella says, what is that? The sound of his voice seems to make some mushrooms on the side of a tree illuminate, like in concert with his voice.
Oh, so cool.
And so as the mushrooms illuminate, you just catch a glimpse of something that, at least here in the dark, appears to be blue-skinned and a little bit smaller than Cass disappear behind a tree.
Just gonna take a leap into instinct right here. And like Lyrian just sings. And I'd like to just sing a little, like long enough and loud enough that we get a little more illumination in the pocket around us.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you do that, the multiple trees are covered in fungi the fungi all illuminates, and you see, if you're looking, kind of no matter what direction you're looking, you see dark eyes be illuminated by the light. Like there's eyes where like it seems like the pupils are dilated beyond what's reasonable. Like there's still these glassy orbs, but there's no whites in these eyes that you can see. It's just dark pools reflecting the light back to you, and some of them are surprisingly close, and you see faces slightly illuminated. These faces run they're the ones that you see, which is not many, but probably more than you'd be comfortable with. They run the gamut from animalistic to almost human, and you just see, and then the lights fade again.
I just want to ask, based on the... Oh, sorry. Yeah, Cass.
Larian, should we run?
That is exactly my question, Johnny. And so I'm wondering whether you want to just give me this based on past experience, or whether I need a lore roll to sort of identify a little bit of what we saw.
I mean, so it's Fae. You're surrounded by Fae right now.
Yep.
And you know that the Fae keep mostly to the darker parts of the forest.
Yeah.
But it's what you do next is up to you.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you said that the mushrooms, the fungi begins to darken again. They like lit up for a moment, began to darken again
in response to Lyrian's song, and then they darken again when she stops.
Yeah, I mean, I think as they begin to darken again, I think it's a given that Jared has drawn his sword once again, and he also pulls out a lantern.
Okay.
Lights it.
Okay.
Mark that lantern.
Larian, you're here. You're from here. Should we run? Or will they not attack us if we keep to ourselves?
They haven't chosen to strike yet.
So I will say too, when Jared lights the lantern, you hear another rumble in the trees, and then you start to hear massive footfalls. Like sounds like something big is running in your direction.
Jared, the fire, Jared. Yeah, put the fire out.
Yeah, Jared will try to snuff the fire of the lantern as fast as he can. Oh, I feel like this is already happening though.
You guys have a moment to decide on what you're going to do before all hell breaks loose.
I would now say, yes, now we run.
Great.
Right. How calm she said that.
But I think since we're dousing the lantern as fast as we can, like the essentially like the move would be Lyrian just says, grab each other's hands. And I grab a hand and just start pulling in a direction that I hope is promising, since we otherwise would have very little guidance.
Well, I think Bellis would start whistling.
I can light our way without fire.
Okay,
we're scrambling at this point. Like I'm pulling you. You're saying that.
Yeah, I'm.
What do you do?
Even I just shoot ahead a flare.
Oh, a burst of bright light.
Yeah.
Tell me what direction, north, south, east, or west you're running.
Ooh, pick one for funsies. I think we are running north.
I was really hoping you would say that.
Yeah, actually, I was just thinking about the map, and like, isn't that deeper into at least one section of the wood relative to where we initially came from? I forget, but
yes, it is slightly deeper. But I rolled to decide what direction those footsteps were coming from, and they are coming from the north. And so, here in the forest, the way that sound can move in odd ways here in the forest, and so it's not clear.
Probably heard them coming from
what direction these steps are coming from. But as you go to try and run north, through between two trees, a tree folk bursts forward and just swipes at your party.
Oh, which we like probably just see as the light comes off.
Yeah.
Of the flare.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's probably the sort of thing where the flare goes out and kind of like the flare passes the tree folk as it's coming at you.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden it's backlit by this flare.
On us.
Bolt?
Yeah.
Nice.
On the four of us, and just put us on the other side of it. so when it swings, we aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I take us. I'm like, Dystall, protect us, and I just move us all through space.
Just to clarify, for my own memory, there's no role associated with casting Vault or anything like that, right?
No, it's just appear somewhere else I can see. So the flare being cast was necessary for this to work.
But I mean, there might be a threat still, so there might still be.
And it also because you're bringing the 3 of us, it's going to cost 3 stress as well, right?
Yep.
Pellis.
So I am marking three stress.
Oh god!
It's a cleric. I'm gonna stress myself out for y'all.
Yeah, no, but the so there's no threat that I would make you roll for. Well, no, it makes. I'm trying to decide whether or not it makes
fast enough or
He might hit us still.
I want you to go ahead and there's a threat roll here, and the threats because I have to tell you what the threat is. The threat is not so much that the tree folk might hit you still. Like because of its size, it's not necessarily the fastest. It's not like it's going to somehow beat your teleportation, but there's a potential that casting magic in this moment will send the Fae into a frenzy.
I like that. I love that threat.
Very cool.
Oh, the layers. The layers.
All right. I'm rolling. I'm going to roll with So I could piss off. Okay, then I will try to roll with stealth in an attempt to like sort of contain the magical energies that I'm using.
Interesting.
To not allow them to like get all hype about me casting magic.
Yeah, I think because of all of the factors at play here, it's going to be a standard effect, but a desperate position.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Is there any?
Doesn't that mean I get experience? Or is that not? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe so. What was your question, Justin?
I was going to ask if I could help with that because I feel like subsuming magical energy is already something that kind of the sorcerer is like. If you look at a lot of their abilities, like I know I don't have them marked, but like the sorcerer is about like taking magical effects into themselves, essentially. I guess I don't have them marked. So if you say like no, you can't assist, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the actual like info about assisting, which is I'm not finding right now.
Well, you fired the flare, right?
Yeah.
Like, did you want to try to represent that as a help for this action?
Yeah.
I feel like that's more plausible for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think I'll let you help. And firing the flare will be the thing for helping.
Perfect. So I think an extra die for that then.
Ooh, nice. Do I have another piece? I do.
And that makes sense then too, because then the Fae would be drawn to both of our spells and attack both of us.
Correct. Four. Best I can do.
Okay. Yeah.
I do get the key, though.
Yeah, so you suffer the consequence.
Great.
So and remember you can push yourself to reduce the consequence, but as of right now the Fae, you hear this like this chittering sound kind of go throughout the area directly around you. The Fae can communicate with each other in a language that no mortal race understands, and so it's not clear what they're saying to each other. But then all of a sudden all of the mushrooms on the trees in this area flare up. It's not in response to sound, but something else. These mushrooms flare to life, and it is almost like it's daylight all of a sudden in this space. And you look, and there are 20, 30, maybe more. It's hard to tell. Fae in the trees and on the ground surrounding you, and they begin to tentatively, slowly advance as the tree folk is slowly turning around and trying to set itself for another attack.
We should keep running, right?
Yeah.
We're still running, and Pellis is just running.
Yeah.
We teleport. We don't even break stride. He like moves us through space
yeah.
to jump onto the other side of
Yeah.
the tree person, and then we just keep moving.
Yeah, and at this point you begin to keep you try to keep moving, and the Fae advance. The ones that are now behind you start giving chase as fast as they can, but there are some who are still yet on the other side of you. You remain surrounded, and they begin to close in. And I think as you start to move, one of the Fae kind of fires a spell. Fires is the best word I have for it, but they kind of reach their hand forward, and you have a sense of magical energy moving forward out of this Fae. And because you were the one who just cast a spell, Pellis, this magical energy hits you, and you feel your lips begin to knit shut.
Oh,
I think I
knit
mouth.
shut. Is that just a disconcerting choice of words?
It was intentional, my friend.
No, he definitely shows that on purpose. I will. I want to be clear. I'm not pushing myself to resist this consequence just because I think it's cool. I am pushing myself to use Sanctuary, which is my ability. I can pull someone from danger's path, or cease hostilities if just for a moment. And I think there's too many. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna like use Sanctuary to sort of deflect the magic attacking me and sort of like push it off of myself. So like I push myself, Marking Tooth Tress, and then a sort of like white, sort of wispy like energy like encompasses Pellis, and then the spell like hits it and sort of like, obviously it didn't like literally fling something, but the magic sort of like gets caught in the wisps and kind of like just sort of disperses outwards.
You don't mark 2 stress, you roll.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
What do I roll with?
You tell us.
Oh.
Related attribute.
I think it would be perception in this case, because I'm like
Will.
Oh, will. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Will, as in like I'm willing this to not hurt me.
I think that makes sense.
So I get to roll 2. I have 5. So there's 1 stress.
2 stress.
It is 2 stress.
Oh. But I get a 5.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, this magic comes at you, and you do your thing, and it like dissipates. It's almost like there's this part of the forest. There are like spores that you can see now, like floating in the air from all of these mushrooms. And as this magic hits you and you deflect it, it's almost like when you're watching a video of like a plane going through a wind tunnel, sort of a thing, where you can see like the aerodynamic arc of the wind. You see this magic through the spores kind of hit right in front of Pellis and then go around instead of actually making contact. But at this point, the Fae begin like they are not relenting. Now they really see you as a threat. And so what do you do? I mean, they're going to continue to advance.
I would like to cast an illusion to create a bunch of us all running in different directions.
Amazing. All
That's a
right.
great idea.
Yeah, so that's definitely a roll. To see if they see through this illusion.
Yep.
Or if they're fooled.
Yeah. What's the threat?
That's the threat.
Oh, if they see through it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna go. I think this is bluff.
Yeah, cool.
Maybe bluffing.
Yeah, I think it's risky. I think it's actually still desperate and standard effect.
Hey, you get XP.
Johnny,
Yeah.
can I hear a devil's bargain?
Yeah. Let me just double check one thing here. Devil's bargain. So this would let you just achieve what you're trying to do instead of rolling, right? The way that
No.
bargains work now.
If you're already facing a threat and make a roll, I can ask for a devil's bargain to add a die and an additional threat.
Okay. So I don't know if this. I think that I would count this as an additional threat, but see how you feel about it. So what it would be is, would have you mark stress. So like basically push yourself, and you get the extra dice, but the tree folk, no matter what, will not be fooled.
Wait, I have to do both? So I'm pretty sure the way it works is like for a threat roll, you're just adding an additional threat. I don't have to pay additional cost. The cost is an additional threat.
Okay.
Alfred was walking with a cost when they can simply get the information from first. Oh, okay, I see. Alfred was walking with
during
a
a threat roll.
Alfred was walking with a threat. Describing the potential consequence they face to get the information.
If you're looking at deep cuts on page 99, during a threat roll, it's like a different section.
Oh, I'm looking at page 100 right after it. Under Devil's Bargain, the threat section of Devil's Bargain.
That's under gathering information, though.
Threat. Offer a Devil's Bargain with a threat when there's risk or danger involved. Describing the
That would be
potential.
when you're gathering information.
Oh, when you're gathering information. Oh, okay, yeah.
But on page 99, there's Devil's Bargain, and then there's during a threat roll, which is what's happening right now.
Yeah, bargain to add an additional threat, giving them +1 dice to the roll.
I just have to assign a die to each threat. So there isn't like, it's no longer like this is going to happen regardless. It's I just assign 1 dice to the Fae being tricked, and then 1 dice to the tree folk being tricked.
Okay. I guess what I was saying is that the additional threat, instead of adding in another wrinkle, is that the tree folk just won't be fooled. So instead of
Devil's Bargains work. I do. That's kind of how the old Devil's Bargains worked, right? Whereas like you get the die, but this is going to happen regardless. The new way it works is during a threat roll, I get an extra die, and the additional threat is now that the tree folk might or might not be convinced, and I have to assign one of my
the additional
die.
threat that's added is still overcomable.
Yes,
it's
it
just
is
an
still
additional
overcomable.
threat on top of
It's
the
just
old one.
an additional threat on top of that, exactly.
Okay. I'm not following, but I believe you. Kind of.
We can talk about it later. So I'm going to roll 3 die in total, and I have to assign 1 die to the Fae being tricked and 1 die to the tree folk being tricked. So I'm going to assign the 5 to the Fae being tricked, and the 3 to the tree folk being tricked.
Okay. So the tree folk is not tricked.
Indeed.
That's so fair. Fair.
And bad.
Neither are the Fae, actually, because it was a desperate position.
Can I push myself to have the Fae be tricked?
Yeah. I think that's probably will.
Yes, I agree. That's a 6.
Cool.
So no stress.
No stress. So the Fae are indeed tricked. The tree folk, so that you see like the Fae, they shoot out in all different directions following the illusions that you cast. But the tree folk, like lets out this bellowing roar and starts sprinting after you guys. and its legs are much longer, so it is gaining quick.
Mm-hmm.
You are muted, Nick.
This was like all in step, right? So
Mhm.
we're still moving.
Yeah.
Maybe in a slightly different direction, but we're still moving. And now the tree is after us.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
And the area is fully lit like day from all
Yeah.
of the fungus. Johnny, just to get a sense of this, like the path that we're running must be large enough generally that a tree folk can navigate it.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to, for instance, take a magical seed and throw it into the ground and make a gigantic tree appear out of that seed, would that actually, is there any opportunity in this current landscape to provisionally block a path? You know, like if I could find like a gap between two trees and put a third tree in the middle of them, you know, would that, is there anything like that in the kind of immediate landscape that we could utilize?
Yeah, I mean, so because of the way that the trees are here, like they are by and large pretty far apart because the roots need space. They need space for their root networks to actually like function and grow.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's plenty of space between trees where you could do, like you said, there's room for this tree folk to be chasing you through the trees. And so there has to be what would feel like to you guys a pretty substantial amount of room.
I just want to know that it's narrow enough that a third tree can block this mother.
Yeah.
Well, if you
I think so.
Yep,
tree,
cool.
I don't know that
Yep.
it matters so much that he can't. Like,
Yeah, it'll be
dodge.
tough for him,
Run
even
the
if it's
tree.
just from a branch issue, like trying to like work his
Yeah.
way around the full reach of the new tree. Yeah, I hope I can slow him
And
down.
you could probably pretty safely presume that he isn't going to like just try and take a tree down, even if it's
Yeah. All right, let's play trees against trees.
Like
Lyrian-
trees with trees.
Fight trees with trees. Lyrian throws down a magic seed, which is a fun thing that druids have. I'll mark that off of load. And it, per the description, when thrown on the ground, quickly sprouts into a full-grown tree. If it's useful, I'm picturing a beech tree in terms of the general shape of this. Feel free to, use or not use that information any way you will. But something that essentially has a thick trunk and quickly goes into a very wide and full crown. And the reason for that being that would be more difficult to get around in terms of entanglement. You'd have to really walk the full circumference of the thing to avoid that.
Yeah. So you do it. I don't think that there's a role here. I think that this is actually ends up being pretty controlled. And so you throw the seed down and the tree sprouts. And because of the thickness of the trunks of the trees that are already there, this tree folk does some pretty quick math, does some quick analysis, and realizes that in the time it would take it to go around all three of these trees that are now blocking its path, it would lose you. It's not worth continuing pursuit.
Nice.
Okay. Oh.
Amazing.
And I think also you guys at this point you find your way back outside of you find yourself back in one of the sunny areas. You're no longer underneath the earthen canopy.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh.
Don't piss off the trees. Got it.
Yeah, that was a lot of running.
Jesus.
Good work with the illusions.
Oh,
The
thank you.
chittering has faded.
Good work with that tree there.
Yeah, that was. Can you just do that all the time?
I just had one for now. Is
Oh.
that true, Johnny? Do I imagine like I mark it off and then it's like maybe it resets type of a deal? Yeah.
Yeah.
Next
One
job.
per job type of deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome. Whenever you need a tree,
Within reason. Whenever you need a
Within-
tree within reason.
within reason. Yeah.
Let's not get crazy here.
If you need a single tree, I've got you.
Yeah.
Once every so often.
One tree, sometimes.
Forgive me. I believe I misread the dowsing rods. The Fae may have been manipulating them.
It's fine.
Well, it's not.
fine.
Yeah, it's not your fault. Obviously,
Yeah.
the Fae will do Fae things.
Lyrian takes a deep inhale, trying to sense if this is a truly distinct and new part of the wood that we have entered on the far side of that dark patch. Any info, Johnny, or do I need a perception or lore roll?
I think there's not really a threat attached to this. So there's not really a need for a roll.
Okay.
But if I am imagining where you guys entered correctly, you probably have put yourselves actually a little bit closer to your destination through this process.
Excellent. I imagine deeper into the wood is roughly where we want to go, and because we knew that it was pretty far in, and so that's good. Do I smell water?
I don't know. Do you?
I would like to roll perception then.
Sure. Yeah.
Unless there's not a threat associated with that. Like, how does gather info work?
So no, I was mostly joking with the I don't know. Do you? No, I mean anything that's I can just tell you information that you would know, that you can intuit, that you suspect might be true.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if you smell the water, probably, but you definitely hear running water.
Oh.
Wait, are we looking for a lake?
Yeah. So you
I
can
guess
follow a stream to a lake.
Stream to a lake. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. I would like to try just that.
Yeah.
I believe this stream will take us where we need to go.
As you make your way to the stream and you make your way towards the lake, you start to it doesn't seem like they care about you guys being there. There's no anything like that, but you do start to see small groups of elves making their way throughout the forest in this area.
Would these elves also belong to the same group? The what's it called?
The
Spires?
Dustfire Enclave.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, there are factions of elves that live in the woods that are not necessarily associated with the Darkspire Enclave, but most elves in the forest are. But it's a big place.
Yeah. I think in that case, I will look for any signs of sickness in the vegetation, trees, riverbed area along the way to try to be more ready for a ruse if it's needed.
Also, please point it out.
Yeah. I mean, do I see anything sickly?
I think based on some of what we established in world building stuff and the conversations you and I have had, Steve, I think that the most of the rot is relatively contained to a section of the forest much closer to the edge of the grasslands, which is pretty far away from where you are now.
Darn.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, I will have to use other avenues.
That said, based on the lie that you fed to the Darkspire Enclave, I don't think it's unreasonable for you to be looking for the rot here. But you just might not find any.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do think at this point there will be a role as you make your way towards what is presumably towards the lake. The concentration of these elves does begin to increase.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll kneel down and take a vial full of water from the stream and just study it, or rather pretend to, as we continue along its path.
Cool. And yeah,
otherwise, I think I would just follow it until we see if we're going to a lake or not, unless you guys object.
Yeah, I would like some sort of a role. And the threat here would be that the elves would start paying more attention to you.
Yep.
And start actually scrutinizing your movements and your actions.
Yeah. I think I'll still press on, and I'm guessing Yeah, I would like to roll lore to see if I recall or can infer anything about concentrated gatherings of elves and traditions related to that in the recent century or so.
Yeah. Please do. I think it is going to be a risky standard.
Okay. I'll take the third die from our advantage pool.
Cool.
And I needed it. 6.
6, amazing. So you, as far as you recall, there are sections of the forest, especially nearer to the bodies of water, that are more easterly. The farther east you get in the forest, the less definite the association of elves with the Darkspire Enclave. There's a small city that is controlled by the Darkspire Enclave, all the way to the west of the forest. But you are on the eastern side of center, if that makes sense. Like if you would bisect the forest directly in half to east and west, you are on the eastern side of that bisection. And you know that there are a couple at this point small and dwindling tribes of elves who do not agree with the Darkspire and still exist within the forest.
All right. In other words, there's a chance, based on our location, that these folks are more neutral or friendly. Yep. I will actually then act on this information by greeting one of the elves, who seems to be moving in the same direction towards what I hope is the lake. And I will say, I am Lyrian of the Waking Root. Is there a gathering ahead?
Um,
And I should get +1 die when acting on information related to my lore roll.
So this person that you approach is a maybe it's very hard to tell ages with elves, but is an elf and is young seeming in the way they carry themselves. And she looks at you, and you can see that she has like almond colored eyes, and a similar color hair, and she says, "I am Falrus. These woods." And what did you ask? I'm sorry.
Is there a gathering ahead?
There's a village.
We are presently in search of a lake. Is the stream one way to it?
Yes, this stream does go to a lake. There's really nothing. It's a beautiful lake, but if you're looking for something specific, there's not much there.
That is fine. That will do for us. Thank you.
Of course. And she looks at each of the three of you and smiles. And please be careful, friends. The Darkspire grow ever more bold here.
Oh, you're not a Darkspire. Okay, that's
heavens
fantastic.
no.
Okay, yeah, I just decided to not speak in case. I think that's what all three of us went with.
Unfortunately, probably a wise and prudent move, but
thank you.
Among those you see here and in the village nearby, you needn't fear.
Always good to roll a 6, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even just from Jared nodding to them, like his armor makes like clinking sounds.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get some like padding for that thing or something. Do you by chance also worship Thien?
I worship at the altar of what I know.
I worship Jesus Christ.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
It's a very fancy way to blaspheme.
Another atheist like myself.
You're an
I
atheist?
wouldn't say that either.
Oh, all right.
No, it may be Thien, it may be something else, but what I know is that everything I have been given in my life has come from nature. And so nature is what I worship.
Huh.
Cast, you're an atheist.
I just don't think the gods should dictate what we do with our lives.
Oh, so you
They
believe
don't.
they exist?
Oh yeah, they exist.
All
I
right,
know
just
that.
making sure. I was gonna say it'd be incredibly bold of you to claim that none of the 9 gods exist. That'd be insane.
Well, yeah. I mean,
No, no.
we have
I know.
direct evidence of their
Yeah, they're
actions.
here. I just
I
don't
literally
think-
get my magic from them.
Yeah. I'm just making sure.
Fellas, this is nothing against you. Like, they exist. You're welcome to worship them. I just don't.
It was a
think they
pleasure
deserve
meeting
my
all
worship.
of you.
Yeah, it
No,
was
join in.
fantastic to meet another elf. who was,
Forgive us, Falrus.
immediately sickened by my presence. I appreciate that.
Now that I know that
Anyways.
you're a cleric, I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
I was
Oh.
just going to give you, a blessing of Thane, but I realized that maybe just good luck and safe travels.
And
I
to you as
imagine
well.
Jared
She touches her.
and Cass are like in the background still talking to each other.
Yeah, we're like, I think it's ridiculous. They don't deserve my worship. They've never really done anything for me at all.
That's not really how it works.
feel that.
So we press on along the stream until we find the lake and the village. And I'm hoping that from there we can get a heading, whether through observing surroundings or if we need to, talking to further locals.
I also know that we were mostly joking, but Pellis has to say that just to establish, the gods don't have time to diddle with every single aspect of our lives, and they don't do things for us. It's just that we have faith, and when we turn to them, they will offer guidance, the guidance that we need, and that's all that they really do. It's not about.
I respect your opinion, and I agree that they don't do anything for us, but they certainly do things against us. So,
Well, that's just also not true.
unfortunately,
Cass has a point.
sort of direct evidence that they do things against us. So, again, we don't have to talk about this now, right? I respect you. I'm helping you build your shrine, but
I appreciate that.
don't expect me to come to Sunday worship.
Yeah. Maybe once the shrine of Fearon's built, I can ask why they didn't protect Larkhold back in the day, but that's
Because they don't
for another time.
micromanage our lives. I just said
Exactly, yes.
the happenings
They don't do
of mortal life is the happenings of mortal life. They aren't going to really overtly change the course of it. It's just beneath them.
Then
I
why
don't think
worship
the
them at
invasion of
all?
Larkhold. I don't think the invasion of Larkhold was the happening of normal life either.
But I mean, you were invaded by an immortal army, right?
Yes, but we can get into that later.
All right. Well, I do think that they can help us, that there is solace and support that they can give and do. Clearly, magic powers. But I do understand what you're saying. And it does seem uneven, the way that they bless and curse some of us and not all of us. For instance, I believe I've been cursed by Furion. I have no idea why. I just I don't know what I did to offend her, but I cannot I sometimes, learning is difficult for me, and
Is that the curse, you think?
is it a what?
That's the curse? That's how the curse materialized? Made you...
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Well, that's just ridiculous because you and Lyrian are the
Yeah.
two smartest people I know.
Well, it's not that I'm not I words move when I try to read them. It's incredibly distracting and frustrating. I
You're
believe
casting like hold on the words as you're reading them.
I have not tried to cast any magic on
Yes.
books. That is
You can try
correct.
that.
I could try that. I will. Maybe I will try
Yeah.
that. I don't think they're
Alright.
actually moving.
Oh.
So you guys are walking
Even
as you have
stranger.
this discussion, and you find yourselves
yeah.
entering
I'm
the
just
town.
picturing Lyrian's placid expression as the rest of you are animatedly debating this stuff as we walk through.
But you enter the town. There's no sorts of it is open. There's no sort of like gates or anything to prevent people from entering. It's it's a free town. And even though it is mostly elves, you do spot a couple other races around. You see a halfling here, you see a dwarf there. You see a
This is
orc
nice.
or two.
Larry, did you get the name of this place?
Yeah, is this one that I already know, Johnny?
Yeah, let's say that you have been here before. Maybe you'd forgotten, and now it's coming back to you. It's called Angswald. I'll write that in the chat
Angswald.
for you guys.
I
Awesome.
was really hoping you'd say Duckville or something.
No.
Duckdale.
No, that is a place that was destroyed long ago, and rightly so.
The fall of Duckville.
It is a silly place.
It is a silly place. Best we not go there.
Yeah. I will say too, as you enter, Lyrian, you probably know about these. You'd see them, but the rest of you may notice as well that there are stones that run the perimeter of, like, small stones, like waist high on cast, that run the perimeter of this village, that have little symbols written on them, that are like warding symbols that essentially make it magically so that people with ill intent are physically unable to enter the town.
Oh, that's powerful.
Cool.
Wow. And somehow Cass gets through?
Hey, I'm taking offense to that. I'm not planning to steal anything.
I am only acknowledging my surprise.
Maybe he doesn't sense subconscious ill intent. Which
Or just
perhaps
generalized
Cass
ill
does not
intent.
know her own intent.
And I have to know about the intent in order to.
I might argue Cass might always have subconscious ill intent when entering new cities.
I mean,
That's how it's. Maybe there's like a severity limit. Like, it's only so ill that it actually like activates. Like a little bit of ill will is kind of necessary if you're gonna let like merchants into your town.
It allows like
yeah,
petty
it's
not like
capitalism and ill intent.
Yes,
Stealing.
so you can only allow. They're only if you have to turn it down a little bit. There has to be like a scale.
I'm not
Maybe we
planning
can
to
talk
burn
to
anything
whoever etched the warding stones. And ask them.
I'm actually interested in this. Am I able to look at one of these stones and sort of study its magical effect?
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know if there'd be a role for this, even if there's a threat.
Perhaps it sounds like gather information.
Roll intimidate.
I think it is
Tell me
gather
tell me what you know. Rock.
Where were you?
Secrets.
Where is she?
Shaking the rock.
Well, let me ask you this: would Cass? I think Lyrian is the most likely for this answer to be yes. Pellis is probably second most likely, despite what was just revealed. But could Cass read ancient Elven runic languages?
I don't think she can, but I do think being a sorcerer, she often picks up on like latent magical effects, just sort of unconsciously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what you would be able to intuit or suspect is true is what I've already given you.
Okay.
Um,
I would like to know more then. I would
Yeah,
like to find,
so-
I would like to see if I can know enough that I could start maybe trying to replicate this.
Oh.
I think let me see here. What are you doing exactly to try and get this information?
I will just go up and touch one of these stones.
Okay. I think in that case we're looking at a devil's bargain.
Outside of a normal situation, which is exciting.
Well, no, I mean this is the new normal devil's bargain, which is
Yeah.
at any time. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
I think in order to get full information, like the full information of what you're looking for, is going to cost you 4 stress.
Ooh.
Can
That's stressful.
Can I maybe
is
push
stressful.
back and say there's a threat, and I make a roll instead?
What do you think that threat should be?
Oh, I'm sure you can come up with something, some sort of
Magic
magical
rebounds on you.
backlash. Yeah.
I
yeah,
think
like as though the rune
Actually-
has a sensitivity to being rewritten by the
Yeah,
wrong person. Or
I'll take the stress. I'll take the stress.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna take the stress on the
I'll take
nose for
Yep.
stress.
I'll take the
Okay.
stress.
Hey, still haven't caught up to me.
yeah, so in that case, like you find that the magic, which is at first resistant to your attempts to learn it, all of a sudden kind of gives way to your will. And you understand, even though you still can't read the runes, that this is a runic pattern that so there are 3 lines of runes. The first line and the third line are both basically a standard protection spell that is kind of lost to time, but you need to put that surrounding whatever you're trying to protect's true name. The middle line is this village's true name. And there needs to be whatever you're trying to protect. These runes have to be inscribed on 13 stones, which are placed at equal distance around whatever you're trying to protect.
That's very cool.
That's
That's very cool. I loved all of that.
Yeah. I can definitely see Cass trying to replicate this as a craft roll in the future.
Cass, what's going on?
There's no limit. It's just a amorphous intent sort of thing.
Oh, cool. How'd you do that? You just touch it and learn how it works?
Oh, sometimes, yeah. It's nothing I can really like replicate. I touch things, and sometimes I know magic, sometimes I don't.
You surprise me in new ways, Cass.
See, that
That's the
kind of seems
intent.
like bluff.
That's my intent, surprising you every which way.
Just throwing it out there.
What'd you say there, Bellis?
I said that it almost seems like you're blessed by Fury. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's me for sure.
Oh yeah. I mean, it is you, but it certain
At this
gifts.
point, as you guys are talking, you hear there's kind of a pattern to villages, and this is true across races, across regions, that there's almost always some sort of a town hall, some sort of a meeting space, whether that be a tavern or something just adjacent to the town hall, and some sort of a stables. And those things you can trust that you will find in every town that you go to. And usually the buildings follow a pretty similar pattern. And the building in this town that you can reasonably assume is the tavern, all this time there has been like the low rhythmic thrum of music coming from inside. And all of a sudden, as you're having this conversation, you hear what you might perceive as the flourishing end of a song and a raucous cheer come from inside the tavern.
Someone in there may know how to direct us to the ruins if we ask correctly.
Good call.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out if someone in there can do that in our next episode.
Nuts. nuts.
That ending time really comes up on you.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
it really
It's
does.
so-
Those
Time really flies when you're talking about the Pantheon.
How many hours have been wasted on debating the Pantheon? I wonder.
I was gonna say, I think anytime we're talking and just having a conversation, you can just assume we're walking as well too. Because if you
Yeah.
don't say that, I think the four of us could just improv a conversation, like especially a philosophical, theological conversation.
Yeah,
I could do that. I could do that for 4 hours.
yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
keep doing it.
Putting that degree to work.
I could go forever.
Nice work, Johnny. Great
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's good.
Thank you.
Great episodes.
Good stuff.
That seed came in handy. Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
It
it's always-
really did.
What a seed.
It's always fun when your like class loadout stuff comes in like hyper specific
Yeah.
situation. You're like, perfect.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So good job, the rest of you as well too.
Thank you. You two.
And also with you.
Band?
Yeah,
For the
ton of
band.
fun.
And also with you. Come check us out in 2 weeks again. We'll record 2 more episodes. Also check us out on Friday. We will be playing more Avatar Legends. There's some big Avatar news coming out as well too. I think we're gonna have to talk about it at the top of the episode.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Steve's face.
I got excited and yawned at the same time and hit my microphone when I went to go cover my yawn. And it was just a very confused expression between
that
those
was a
three
lot.
things.
I was like, does Steve not know what we're talking about? Is Steve?
There's a couple things to talk about.
I do
Yeah,
not
that's
know,
fun.
actually, what the big news is.
Oh,
So
they
exciting.
announced like the new plot to the next show.
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy.
I think I think some of it might retcon some of Korra, which I'm
Well,
not super
It's
happy
yeah.
about.
Well, there's a lot that you may want to retcon just from a world building stability standpoint. There's a lot of testing boundaries in Korra, but yeah.
So
I
they're
think
going
it's not the
We'll talk
good
about
kind of retcon.
We'll
Yeah,
talk about it next week.
Anyways. Thanks for the episode, guys.
back. Thank you for
Yeah.
watching. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
May the
Bye.
9 divines be with you. I don't know.